KAHROBIN.
And just as a reminder, all phones need to be shut off and put away.
Ready?
I think we are.
Is it possible to make sure that HDMI is connected to the screen? Because I think right now it's set to this one.
Share with me, we don't have to use this very often. Do you have anything on your screen to share?
Right now I just have sort of open Google page.
Okay.
Oh, that's the messages.
I will let her add some messages. All right, so what I will do is I will put it back on our Elmo, and then I will let her know that we're also planning on using that.
Can you move your microphones closer? You need to speak directly into them.
Testing, testing.
I don't know if they want to sit like this. It does move.
Oh, I see.
Are you Carlos? No.
All rise in the court, please.
Call the case in re the petition to appoint a special prosecutor to commence the prosecution of Ridglan Farms. Case number 24 JD1. May I have the appearances, please?
Stefan Sykes on behalf of Dane for Dogs.
Kristen Schrank on behalf of Dane for Dogs and Alliance for Animals.
Hsiung on my behalf, Your Honor.
Hey, good morning. This is the hearing today on the petitioner's motion asking this court to appoint a special prosecutor in this matter and permit the filing of a complaint under section 968.02 sub 3 of the Wisconsin statutes. Section 968.02 sub 3 states, if a district attorney refuses or is unavailable to issue a complaint, a circuit judge may permit the filing of a complaint if the judge finds there is probable cause to believe that the person to be charged has committed an offense after conducting a hearing. If the district attorney has refused to issue a complaint, he or she shall be informed of the hearing and may attend. The hearing shall be ex parte without the right of cross-examination. In this case, the entity against whom petitioners are seeking to file a complaint is Ridglan Farms. This court has not yet made a determination of whether the petitioners have met their burden of proof on the district attorney's refusal to issue a complaint. Petitioners, do you intend to present evidence on that today, or would you rather deal with that issue in post-hearing briefing and affidavits?
We intend to present evidence of that today, Your Honor.
Okay. And is the representative of the district attorney's office here today? I do not believe that the district attorney is attending. The record will reflect that the district attorney was provided notice of this hearing and given the opportunity to attend as provided by the statute. Before we begin the evidentiary portion of this proceeding, I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that this is a court of law and a place of solemnity in deciding disputes and hearing evidence. The public is welcome to attend these proceedings, but I will not permit outbursts or distractions by anyone attending this hearing during the presentation of this evidence. Anyone who violates this rule may be removed from the courtroom. It is expected that some will find the evidence about to be presented disturbing. Regardless of how emotionally provocative this evidence may be, this court will ultimately decide whether petitioners have met their burden of probable cause on the evidence they present and this court's reasoned and dispassionate application of the law. I have read the petitioner's pretrial submissions, including the recent supplemental filing. There were exhibits attached to those submissions, and if you're going to use them today, I would like them marked in court today, beginning with Exhibit 1, and presented so we have a complete record of the evidence presented today. Before the first witness is called, I would like one of the petitioners to present or give me a brief outline of how you intend to present the evidence today, and then we'll begin with the first witness.
Your Honor, before we do that, I just wanted to note two things. One is we do have a witness who is appearing telephonically, and that will happen in the afternoon from what I understand. I don't believe we have kind of exact procedures yet for how to do that. We have his phone number, if the court would like to call him directly.
I will call directly and swear the person in when it's time to hear that testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And second, I don't believe there's an exclusion order. This is not a trial. So I did want to note we have one expert witness in the courtroom right now who has requested the ability to listen in on the testimony.
Well, under Wisconsin law, experts are permitted to attend hearings anyway, regardless of exclusion orders.
Sure. And then we have two fact witnesses who are outside in the hallway. I'm a fact witness as well. I will be testifying first. And I plan to proceed as counsel in this case as well through the duration of the hearing. I just wanted to make sure the court is aware of all those things and is okay with that process.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll just give you a brief outline of what we are going to hear today before we call the first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to do that. We plan on calling 6 witnesses today, Your Honor. The first will be Mr. Hsiung, who will be a fact witness speaking about what he saw and also admitting a number of exhibits, including photos, videos.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if you could just slow down a little bit. My court reporter is taking down every word that's in this courtroom. And we have to make sure that she can get a good record for you. So go ahead.
Mr. Hsiung will be the first witness and will admit photos, videos, and a number of exhibits, as well as his own eyewitness accounts. Then we have 2 further fact witnesses who will testify about eyewitness accounts of what they saw firsthand as former employees. The first is Scott Gilbertson, who worked at Ridglan Farms in 2022. And the other is Matt Reich, who worked at Ridglan Farms from 2006 until 2010. And both of them will testify firsthand about what they saw. Then we have 3 expert witnesses. The first is Mark Beckhoff, who's an emeritus professor and one of the world's leading experts on canine behavior, who will opine about behavior and in particular the psychological distress of the dogs at Ridglan Farms. And after that, we have 2 expert veterinarians. The first is Dr. Lowell Wickman, who is a Wisconsin veterinarian, who will testify based on his expertise about the health of the dogs, the injuries to dogs, and in particular, the application of Wisconsin standards. And then finally, we'll be calling Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg, also an expert veterinarian who's testified in a number of legislative and judicial proceedings, who will look at the videos and the photos that we've admitted earlier and opine about the health and the state of the dogs. And then we hope at the end we can offer some brief closing remarks just to tie all that together.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed with your first witness.
Petitioners would call Wade Hsiung.
Mr. Hsiung, please come forward and be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Yeah.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E, Hansen, H-A-N-S-E-N, Hsiung, H as in Henry, S as in Sam, I-U-N-G.
Mr. Hsiung, what is your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from the University of Chicago. I began a PhD program at MIT in economics, and then went on leave from that PhD program to complete my JD from the University of Chicago, and then proceeded from there to joining the faculty at Northwestern School of Law.
What was your teaching focus?
My teaching focus was a concept called market failure, essentially when the market is encouraging companies to do things we don't actually want them to do, sometimes with government support. And I've published a couple of articles on that subject in the University of Pennsylvania Law Review, and most recently in the Harvard Law Review.
Specifically, can you tell us a little more about the topic for your Harvard Law Review article?
The Harvard Law Review article was about situations in which the animal cruelty laws of various states or under federal law are not being enforced and the appropriate response by movements and citizens who are concerned about the non-enforcement of animal cruelty laws to protect vulnerable animals, including dogs.
You said you were employed as a professor of some sort at Northwestern, correct?
That's right.
What did you do after teaching?
So I went on to first start a number of nonprofit organizations beginning in 2007 after I left Northwestern, mostly because I frankly just was not a very good professor and so could not expect to get tenure at a law school. And then beginning in 2009, I was an associate first at a law firm in Chicago called Steptoe & Johnson, focusing on civil litigation and some white-collar criminal defense. And then at a law firm in Palo Alto called DLA Piper, where I had kind of a mixed transactional litigation practice.
And can you move your microphone closer? I'm struggling. What did you do after that?
Yeah, so throughout my period, both as an academic and as a practicing attorney, I had a very active pro bono animal law practice. And partly because of the many situations that I personally observed, that my clients observed, where animals were being, in some cases, tortured, frankly, in dogfighting rings, in factory farms, in laboratories. I decided beginning in 2013, I needed to take a different direction, and I had essentially earned enough money to support myself in taking that different direction. And so beginning in 2013, I focused almost all of my time on animal protection, and in particular co-founded a number of different organizations, but the one most relevant for this proceeding was an organization called Direct Action Everywhere.
What are some of the other nonprofit organizations you were involved in the development of?
Yeah, so I have probably been involved in the formation and direction of a few dozen nonprofit organizations. When I was in Chicago at Northwestern, I started a few different organizations, including the Chicago Coalition for Animal Rights, which is a coalition organization trying to bring various animal protection groups together. Animal Rights Chicago, a more grassroots-based community organizing kind of nonprofit. But the other notable nonprofits I've been associated with include Compassionate Bay, 501c4 in California that focuses on lobbying and legislative work. Among other things, we were able to pass a ban on fur in the city of San Francisco and subsequently in the entire state of California. And then the current nonprofit I'm involved in is called the Simple Heart Initiative, which focuses on sort of sharing the lessons we learned from animals so we can improve the condition of human beings.
You mentioned Direct Action Everywhere. What is that?
Direct Action Everywhere is a grassroots network of animal rights activists and eventually a 501c3 that began in 2013 with a focus on all forms of nonviolent direct action for animals and animal rights. But the specific focus we settled on very early in our history as an organization, or I should say their history as an organization, because I am actually no longer a part of Direct Action Everywhere, was a strategy and tactic called open rescue.
What are the key aspects of open rescue?
Yes, open rescue is a strategy that was coined by an Australian grandmother in the 1990s who saw through conversations she had with employees at factory farms that there was a lot of abuse to animals that was not being addressed. And Patty spoke to these employees, realized the company wasn't following their own policies. The government, even when employees would come forward and say we have a concern, wasn't enforcing the law. And she decided, as many people in the history of democracy have decided, that the people had the right to know what was happening. And the animals had the right to be protected under the law. So she began documenting what was happening inside these facilities, oftentimes with employee support, providing this information to the public openly. And in cases where she saw an animal in an emergency state, dying, distressed, injured, traumatized, she would take them out and give them veterinary care. I guess I didn't answer your question. Your question was, what are the essential elements? So I gave you kind of a narrative answer instead of just getting to the point. So the point is, from Patty Marks' original conception of open rescue to today, I think the movement is settled on essentially 3 principles behind open rescue. The first is we're there to document what is happening when animals are being abused. Second, when we find an animal in a state where they need aid, we give them aid. And the third, and maybe most important aspect, is we're open about everything we do, because we believe both under the rule of law and under the rule of the human conscience that we both have a right to give aid to these animals, and the public has the right to know that there are animals in need of aid in places where they're being confined and abused.
You obviously have many years of experience in animal protection and advocacy. At what point should open rescue be utilized?
Yeah, so open rescue is a tactic that is a tactic of last resort. I talked about market failure, something I studied and wrote about as an academic. It's in a situation where not just the market, but the political system has failed to give the animals the protection they're entitled to under law.
What rescue work have you done with dogs in particular?
Yes, the dogs are my origin story as an animal advocate. I saw dogs being hurt for meat production in China when I was growing up, and we visited China for the first time. But on a personal level, I've rescued and fostered many, many dogs over the years. I'd estimate probably in the dozens at this point, and I've adopted dogs from dog fighting rings, from dog meat farms, all sorts of abusive situations. But in terms of my work as an advocate for direct action everywhere, there are 2 primary projects that I've been involved in. One was this case, and the other was a dog meat market in China that the Chinese government had claimed had been shut down. And we went to China and basically documented that market and the dog meat festival, a famous festival called the Ridglan Dog Meat Festival, in fact, had not been shut down, and dogs were still being tortured and killed.
Can you spell?
I'm sorry. Ridglan it's kind of a surprising spelling, but it's Y-U-L-I-N. Ridglan.
What exactly did you do with regard to that dog meat festival?
Yeah, so as we do in open rescue, we document the conditions inside, in this case, a dog meat slaughterhouse and dog meat farm. We gave aid to 3 dogs, all of whom were covered with mange, suffering from malnutrition and parasites, and ultimately published everything we did, including our faces. Every second of the video footage we published and shot was given to multiple media outlets and the authorities in China. And the US government actually supported us immensely, and as a result, that dog meat festival is no longer in existence.
Are you familiar with a company by the name of Ridglan Farms?
I am.
How are you familiar with Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, Ridglan Farms is the company that has been notorious within the animal rights for many decades. Going back 20 plus years ago, there were USDA, that is the United States Department of Agriculture, inspection reports showing very concerned allegations of abuse that apparently were coming from whistleblowers from within the company. And so Ridglan has been sort of on my radar for the last 20 years since I started as an animal advocate, now 25 years ago.
What is your understanding of Ridglan Farms operations based upon the research you've completed and other items you've reviewed and acquired?
Yeah, so I mentioned these inspection reports. These are reports that are available to the public, or at least they have been for most of the last few decades. There was a brief period of time where President Trump and his administration actually removed public access. But as an animal advocate, one of the first things you do is you Google and use various public databases to find out whether the government's already done some sort of inspection, because animal production facilities for laboratories, even for pet stores, actually have certain inspection requirements under the Animal Welfare Act federally. And so every state has its own regime, but across every state, the government actually has an inspection regime under the Animal Welfare Act. And so one of the first things I did when my friend Jeremy Beckham, who's a longtime animal advocate, mentioned to me many years ago, there's this facility in Wisconsin called Ridglan Farms that has allegations of abuse, was I looked at the inspection reports just for some basic information. And what you find is that Ridglan Farms has 2 separate licensed facilities, inspected facilities. One is a Class A animal breeder, where they produce animals for really any purpose. It could be for research, it could be for a pet store, it can be for somebody who just wants to buy a dog, for entertainment, whatever it is. And then separately, they have a Class R facility where they actually perform research on site.
Were you able to learn through your research approximately how many dogs Ridglan Farms has under each of these licensing regimes?
Yeah, and I think you're about to show me that some of these inspection reports, but the inspection reports and kind of the annual reports the companies are required to file list out the license number, the type of facility that's being inspected, the species of animal, and also the number of animal. It's not a lot of information, but you get a little information. So I was quickly able to see back in probably before 2016, but certainly by 2016, when we started researching Ridglan very deliberately, that they had on any given year anywhere from 3,000 to up to 600. I believe 6,000 would have been the max that we saw on any annual basis.
Your Honor, may I approach to have an exhibit marked?
You may, thank you.
Exhibit 1 mark?
Mr. Hsiung, can you see the screen? Can you move that mic?
Sure. My apologies.
I really appreciate this one. Thank you.
Are you able to see the screen? I can bring you a copy as well.
I can see the screen.
You can actually turn around and just push the power button.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's much easier.
Okay, do you recognize Exhibit 1?
It says no signal. There's-
Oh,
I can just turn, it's okay.
I tried.
Here. May I first witness? Thank you. There's a copy of Exhibit 1 for you.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this document?
I do. This
What- Oh, sorry, what is it?
This document is kind of an inspection report from February of 2017 for Ridglan Farms Incorporated. And next to the certificate number, you see 35A0009. Indicates this is an inspection report for a Class A dog breeding facility.
And Class A is the dealer license or breeder seller license you were referring to, correct?
Correct. It is for someone's producing large numbers of animals. I think there's a certain threshold where you meet the AWA requirement where you have to be inspected. And if you meet that certain threshold of size, you know, you're subject to federal inspection, and these inspection reports will end up in what is now and was then in, well, actually, I think in 2017, it's not public, and we'll talk about that in a moment, why that happened. But in typically, these inspection reports will be available to the public.
What, if anything, is significant to you about this report?
Yeah, I believe we actually got this inspection report right before we started our actual active investigation. But you'll note that the inspector, and having spoken to a lot of inspectors over the years and worked with a lot of inspectors to try and address animal cruelty issues at various facilities, these are extremely hard jobs, very busy people, and they're supervising facilities that often have thousands or tens of thousands of animals with very limited time and limited budgets. So very often, the most typical thing you'll see in an inspection report is nothing, because they're just churning through, trying to get through their job every day, and there's so little support and supervision for the animals that the easiest thing for them to do is write nothing. So typically, I'd say 9 times or maybe even 99 times out of 100, you see nothing at all. In this case, the inspector noting that there's a hairless red swollen lesion on an animal's right hind paw, and the enclosure is not labeled to indicate this condition. And the reason that's notable is these inspectors are just walking through the facility with oftentimes thousands of animals in a slaughterhouse, in a laboratory, in a breeding facility. And when they note something, it's usually pretty obvious. And the fact that not only was an animal suffering from this lesion, what is not noted on the animal's cage or health chart was, to me, deeply concerning.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Exhibit 1 be admitted into evidence.
I will receive it. And will you please make sure when you're done with an exhibit, it comes back to my clerk so that we have them?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Exhibit 2, Mark?
Mr. Hsiung, on the screen now, and I'm also going to be handing you a physical copy of Exhibit 2. I'm going to ask if you know what that is.
I do.
What is it?
This is the kind of inspection report for a research facility, and if you look at the certificate number, and this is for Ridglan Farms Incorporated, it says 35R0004, and R indicates this is a research facility.
What, if anything, is the significance of this report?
Yeah, so I'll note a couple things. One is that if you look at the second page of this document, it indicates there are only 174 animals, and I forgot to note, but on the prior inspection report, we had 3,000 animals. So I was talking about the scale of the facility and the difficulty of inspection. For a Class R facility, or a research facility, there's typically a much smaller number of animals, and they're subject to much more significant regulatory scrutiny and standards under federal law. So both the fact that they're, in theory, higher and more specific standards, including a required protocol approved by an educational institution. It's called an IACUC protocol. IACUC stands for, IACUC is IACUC, and it stands for Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. So there's typically, in fact not typically, there's a legal requirement under a research facility, which has a much smaller number of animals, to have an IACUC protocol, a protocol approved by an Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee. So the thing to note is just a much smaller number of animals, and there's no non-compliance detected in this particular report, but that's probably partly because both in terms of the number of animals and the regulatory scrutiny being provided to the animals, at research facilities, the standards are typically higher. Does not mean there aren't deficiencies. There have been many, many cases I've been involved in where research facilities have violated their own IACUC protocols, but the standards are lower for the breeding facilities than they are for the research facilities.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Exhibit 2 be admitted into evidence.
I will receive it.
Exhibit 3 was marked.
Mr. Hsiung, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Delcy Winders?
I am.
Who is that person?
Delcy is a professor of law at Vermont Law School, who is one of the nation's leading experts on Animal Welfare Act issues and the regulation of facilities under the Animal Welfare Act.
handing you exhibit 3, and I have the first page of that laid on the screen as well. Can you tell us what that?
This is a curriculum vitae, a resume that Professor Winders provided me when I asked her to provide a declaration in regard to some of the factual issues in this case. And it just sets out her extensive both teaching and scholarly experience. She has a number of publications. She's also been a litigator for various animal advocacy organizations, including Farm Sanctuary and the PETA Foundation. She's a clerk on the Court of Appeals, and she has a large number of publications in relation to the actual, just factual operations of the Animal Welfare Act.
Could you speak with Delcy Winders about Ridglan Farms at any point?
I did. I've had many conversations with Professor Winders about Ridglan Farms in this case over the last 7 years.
Is it a forward?
Did Delcy Winders draft a declaration relating to this case that we're here for today?
She did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, she actually did a much more exhaustive job than I thought she would, because she was very motivated in this case. And I was thinking she would provide, a paragraph or two, but she actually ended up drafting a very extensive declaration. I won't go through the entire declaration, but the essence of which was essentially, in her expertise as an Animal Welfare Act scholar, the fundamental distinction, just from a supervision perspective, from the perspective just on the ground, inspections, enforcement, supervision of a facility, the fundamental differences between a research facility, which is subject to greater scrutiny, so teaching, research, and education facilities with a protocol approved by the educational institution, all regulated by the Animal Welfare Act, and a dealer facility which isn't subject to those same regulations. It is subject to the Animal Welfare Act. There's no IACUC requirement in the more specific regulations that are imparted on research facilities, simply aren't imparted on facilities, because they're just much larger scale. So effectively, it would be very, very hard for the government to try and supervise because the numbers are so large. When you're talking about not a few dozen or 100 animals, but potentially thousands of animals, it's just a very difficult.
Your Honor, I ask that exhibits 3 and 4 relating to Delcy Winders be admitted into evidence.
I will receive exhibits 3 and 4.
Thank you. Did you at some point become increasingly concerned about animal welfare on farms?
Yeah, so as I said, Ridglan Farms has been a facility that animal advocates and members of the public have been concerned about for many, many years. And the first vague concern I had came from a report by an organization called the American Anti-Vivisection Society back in 2006, where they documented from the USDA's own inspection reports that apparently a whistleblower had found what the USDA described as dangerous and unsanitary conditions at Ridglan Farms, and apparently piles of dead dogs and who were being burned, and the smell of dead dogs was kind of pervading through the neighborhood. So that was kind of the first concern that I had that was very concrete about animal abuse at Ridglan Farms. Beginning in 2016, there were sort of 2 reasons that Ridglan Farms really kind of became more narrowly a part of my focus rather than just one of many companies that we had some vague concern about. The first was that I have a friend and fellow activist named Jeremy Beckham, who had been living in Madison and actually just physically visited Ridglan Farms, had driven up and just tried to say hello, and because he was familiar with some of the USDA inspection reports that, in fact, I think he was the one who first flagged my attention to those reports, and wanted to just check the place out. So he drove up there and immediately saw massive industrial sheds, horrible smell, lots of sounds of dogs barking, no indication the dogs were being given any access to the outdoors And he had a concern that the shelter of the dogs was not appropriate. But the other big thing that triggered my attention, especially beginning in 2017, was there was a sudden shutdown of public access to animal welfare inspection reports after Trump came into office. I should say President Donald Trump came into office in 2017. A public database that Jeremy and I and many other animal advocates had been using to see what was happening in these facilities suddenly disappeared. And so we had a concern that some of these inspection reports that had been accumulating for Ridglan Farms and other facilities, but specifically in this case, our concern was Ridglan Farms, had suddenly disappeared. And therefore the public would not have the ability to see what the government's own inspectors were doing to ensure the animal welfare laws of this country were being enforced.
So would you say that you engaged in a more significant or substantial investigation regarding Ridglan beginning in 2016? Is that right, or correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah, I think 2016 would have been the time that we started talking to Jeremy about these issues, because 2015 was the year that we became notable as just an investigative organization because we had multiple exposés in the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal. And Jeremy, he already knew me, but I think he sort of newly had confidence that I was able to achieve things. So he reached out, I remember actually quite incessantly, probably beginning in 2015, but certainly in 2016, saying, look, I think there's a problem with Ridglan Farms. Someone should be looking into this. There's a problem here. And he was not an investigator himself. He's a master's in public health. I believe at the time he was working for an organization called Beagle Freedom Project, mostly on research, not on investigations. So he didn't have any capability of doing any sort of investigation himself. He asked me to do what I could to try and find out what was happening with the dogs.
Exhibit 5, Mark.
Mr. Hsiung, we have exhibit 5 displayed on the screen, and I'm handing you a copy of that as well. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a screenshot of Ridglan Farms taken from Google Maps that I took just a couple days ago. So it's just literally just a screen capture of that image.
Did you look at a similar image back in 2016, 2017, the time frame we've been talking about when you began more significant investigation into Ridglan Farms?
I did. One of the first steps you do when you're considering an investigation is just basically taking advantage of the low-hanging fruit. And one of the lowest hanging pieces of fruit you can find in an investigation is just Google and Google Maps. So the first thing I would have done after Ridglan became, again, more narrowly a focus of our investigative team was just pull it up on a map. And if you see on the bottom right-hand side of this image, it might be slightly cut off. One of the first things we will typically do is just, nowadays Google Maps actually has much better technology about this. You can actually measure distances very easily. You can see the 100 feet in the bottom right. Nowadays, you can actually just click in 2 spots and Google measure and calculate everything for you. Back then, there was just kind of a guide, and I would literally have to take a ruler and just measure out the size of the facility relative to the guide on the bottom right, and get a rough metric for how big the facility was relative to the amount of animals that we can find. And the reason we do that in a lot of these mass confinement facilities is because one of our primary concerns is they're stuffing too many animals into too small a space. And so that would have been the first thing I did, and I definitely recall doing this and concluding, one, there are a lot of dogs in a very small amount of space, and I think each of these buildings is approximately 300 by 700 or 300 by 70 square feet. It's about the size, maybe a football field. And the idea that you could fit potentially 6,000 dogs in these 4 buildings, 4 housing visit buildings, struck me as a little ludicrous. Because I did the calculation at the time, and I think the calculation I obtained was, on average, if they had 6,000 dogs, it would have been maybe 5 to 7 square feet of space per dog, which is not a reasonable amount of space for a dog. The other thing I definitely would have noted about this facility, and I'll just note again, is that under the Animal Welfare Act, there are actually space requirements. Animals are not supposed to be confined to the point that they're suffering from psychological distress. And if an animal is confined in 5 square feet of space their entire lives, they will suffer horrific psychological distress. And one way to get around that problem, and all of us probably have a dog or a cat who at times we have to confine, but you let them out sometimes. You take them on a walk, they get outside. And I would have noted, and I did note at the time, and I'll note again today, that even from the Google Maps satellite imagery, you can see very clearly there's no outdoor facilities. So we need beagle production facilities for labs that I'm aware of. Virtually all of them have some outdoor facilities, kennels, caging, dog runs, where animals are at least at times exposed to fresh air and sunlight. And that doesn't exist at Ridglan Farms.
Is there anything different about this satellite image, Exhibit 5, that you said you obtained a few days ago versus one you looked at back in 2016 or 2017 timeframe?
Yeah, I think on the very west side, there's new production that has been constructed. And I think at the time, these manure lagoons, you can see these 2 lagoons. These are kind of the south side of the image, the 2 large rectangles. They were not as physically obvious on the satellite imagery back then. I think because the fidelity of the image was just not as good. So now, I actually learned this morning that these lagoons probably were in place back then by satellite imagery, but they're just much more visible now because the fidelity of the image has increased. But these are just lagoons where the waste from thousands of animals is flushed out because it's very hard to maintain a facility of this size without managing the enormous amount of waste being created.
Is there anything about those 2 differences you noted from the satellite image you viewed several years ago to this one that changed your mind about the space available for the number of dogs at Ridglan Farms?
Not at all. And I'll just note the northern facility, we'll talk about this in a bit, but now that we have the map in front of us, is the facility that we ultimately enter, which is the facility for the breeding animals, the mothers who are being impregnated and used for production.
Your Honor, I ask that Exhibit 5 be admitted into evidence.
Exhibit 5.
Did you, at this time, back in 2016, 2017, when you got the satellite image, had this other research you completed, some of the reports that you talked about, did you report any of your initial concerns to the authorities at that time?
I did not.
Why not?
So there are 2 primary reasons. So Jeremy Beckham, who I believe by 2016 or 2017, actually the Legal Freedom Project was working at a health organization called the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. But Jeremy had told me that he had reported concerns about animal cruelty to the Dane County authorities on multiple occasions. And on multiple occasions, even when the district attorney had conceded there was probable cause or even more evidence of animal cruelty, they had declined to take any sort of action. I know there's a case involving sheep who were suffering from decompression, and these were cases where it wasn't even the DA was saying the law had been broken. They just said, yeah, law has been broken, we're not going to enforce. And he was obviously very concerned about that. The second reason is, as someone who has been in this space for a long time, I know from both my own experience and from reports that have been issued by, for example, the USDA's own Office of Inspector General. The Office of Inspector General, or OIG, is kind of an internal watchdog manned by lawyers to ensure a federal state agency, so there's an OIG in many federal agencies and many state agencies as well. They're the ones ensuring we're actually following the laws, that we're not breaking the laws as regulators. And the OIG had issued a series of reports leading up to 2017, I think in 2006, 2010, and again maybe in 2012, where their own OIG described their enforcement mechanisms, and this is a direct quote, as basically meaningless. That they were not actually enforcing animal welfare laws, that at most there were these teachable moments that were being provided where they would find some cases, egregious violation of law, and they would just basically tell the company, oh, don't worry, this is just a teachable moment, do better next time. And we had already seen, not just generally in this space, but specifically in the context of Ridglan Farms, multiple inspection reports just notify the company that advocates were concerned and were looking, and the company would take various actions to ensure there was no accountability. And they can take a number of actions, including lobbying the USDA, lobbying local political figures to ensure that any violations are not actually addressed. I spoke to a chief inspector at the USDA, a gentleman by the name of Pat Basu, shortly. Information. U.S. Attorney. The litigation was for.
So, words, you believed you needed more evidence in order to make a complaint to the authorities to. At some point, you decide to perform an on-site investigation at the farms.
Yeah, that would have occurred in 2017 after President Trump shut down public databases of Animal Welfare Act inspection reports. I still remember that day very vividly.
When the public access to inspection reports and other information had previously been publicly available, when that was removed, did you notice anything significant regarding enforcement of these laws that you've been talking about?
Yeah, at the same time that the public access was shut down, we saw, and this is widely discussed in the animal rights movement and widely reported in the Washington Post among other publications, that there was a dramatic, and I mean orders of magnitude, drop in of the Animal Welfare Act, to the point that a multi-billion-dollar industry, if I recall correctly, in 2017, was subjected to cumulatively over the entire year 10,000 facilities being supervised, many billions of dollars in revenue, and in fact billions of dollars just in direct taxpayer subsidies and federal grants for a lot of these facilities to perform various procedures had dropped to, I believe, $150,000 in fines. And I believe there was only maybe 1 or 2 administrative complaints. And that was a concern that everyone had when the Animal Welfare Act reports disappeared because without the sort of public pressure and advocates suggesting that there's some animal cruelty that should be at least investigated, the likelihood that the federal or state authorities would even have the knowledge, much less the incentive or motivation to pursue a prosecution, would drop to basically zero, and that is exactly what happened in 2017.
Were there any other reasons you felt that 2017 was a good time or the right time to perform an on-site investigation at Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, so just on a personal level, the other reason this inspection and investigation was very important to me was because we received enormous public support, including from the US government, the year prior in our investigation of the dog meat slaughterhouses in Ridglan, China. The government had claimed this very famous, I should say infamous, dog meat festival had been shut down. It had not. We documented hundreds of dogs being beaten to death and killed in a slaughterhouse in Ridglan, China, 1 week before the summer solstice, or I should say 1 month before the summer solstice. And while that was very encouraging and ultimately did in the long term lead to not just a shutdown of the Ridglan Dog Meat Festival, but a ban on the use of dogs as livestock animals entirely, there was enormous amount of racism to be won and very little knowledge of the fact that that campaign was not an anti-China campaign, it was an animal protection campaign. And there are animals being hurt here too. In particular, just as the dog meat trade is a large and influential and powerful industry, it was at least in 2016, the biomedical industry is immensely powerful. Big Pharma is consistently one of the top donors to campaign coffers around the country. It's almost always in the top 5. It's also one of the top lobbyists. If you look at open secrets and other public databases of lobbying expenditures and election contributions, including to, these so-called super PACs that have unlimited ability to spend, the biomedical industry is always at the top. So I thought it was important for the public to understand the problems we saw in China of a corrupt industry that was often not following the law existed in the United States as well.
At the time that you were prepared to do the on-site investigation, did you have access to any special technology or anything that would assist in the investigation while actually being present at Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about this, but the other reason we decided an on-site inspection was particularly important was for a relatively brief amount of time, I had been given access through a area who had started a virtual reality startup. So virtual reality technology is a technology that allows users to experience things in 3 dimensions. So they don't just look at a flat screen, but they can put on the VR headset, an Oculus, or more recently Apple has, I forget what it's called, some sort of VR headset. But allows you to kind of immerse yourself in the various alternative realities or real situations that have been documented and that you can put your headset on and feel like you were there present with whoever was documenting. And at the time, I had access for a very short period of time to a prototype VR camera that was intended to just show the public in immersive 3D reality basically everything we were seeing. And we thought it was important for us to show people what a dog production facility, a dog factory farm, would look like, because most people just didn't believe that something like a dog factory farm even existed in the United States. And the industry consistently, when you even take 2-dimensional photos, they'll say, oh, that's just one limited scene, there was one dog being abused, all the other dogs were super happy. They always say this sort of thing. We thought it was important, given that short span of time where we were loaned a camera that was worth tens of thousands of dollars, for us to try and document what a dog factory farm or a production facility would look like for the world.
So what did you do while you were actually at Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, so this is in April of 2017. We have up, to the barns, and we actually saw a door that was adjacent. Or at least I have never engaged in any sort of property destruction or damage. Typically, when you have facilities of this size, so many people going in and out, the doors are just unlocked. In this case, we actually had a door that was, I think, already ajar, and so we just walked in through an open door. And this was the northern barn. There's a central barn at the center of the facility on the north side. It's, I think, probably the largest facility, and so we decided to take a look inside. I will note, before we even walked inside, you could see through the vents that there were many, many animals in cages, because there were large vents blowing exhaust out of the facility. We already saw that there were animals confined, and that was already deeply concerning to us, because we saw 2 rows of animals in cages, all of whom seemed to be experiencing at least some form of distress.
Okay, we're gonna play a video, Exhibit 6. If you can view that, I'm not sure if you can look at the screen or if it'll be on your other TV.
I think I can see it.
Do you recognize that video?
Yes, this is video that I shot. I believe it was shot more or less immediately after I entered, which is part of the reason it's kind of shaky, because I was kind of looking around and trying to figure out what was going on as I was shooting and walking.
What did you observe in person while you're taking this video and just watching this video just now again?
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple things that shocked even me. By this point in 2017, I had done a few dozen animal cruelty investigations across the nation, in some cases the world. And I had never been, I think ever, in my life in a facility so loud. I had an earpiece in my ear at maximum volume, which is normally kind of deafening. Like, it's too loud to the point that it kind of hurts when someone talks when you put it on max volume. I could not hear my own earpiece. And so we had to develop a new communication protocol and just assume that none of us would be able to communicate because it was so deafening. The other thing I noted was just the fact that the animals were in fact confined in cages. I estimated just from the back of the envelope calculation that each of the dogs probably was being given between 5 and 10 square feet of space. And what I realized when I got in the facility is that probably were being given even less. There were 2 rows of wire cages, 1 lower row and 1 higher row on each side, and there were multiple aisles of these cages. Each of these cages was approximately 2 foot by 4 feet, and they would typically have 1 or 2 animals per cage. In many ways, even though the animals with 2 per cage had less space, they were given approximately 4 square feet of space each. They were probably, in my observation, in better condition because they at least had some socialization opportunity, while many of the animals in individual cages seemed to be experiencing some of the worst behavioral malady. And that's kind of the third thing I saw, not just the confinement, but some of the behavioral issues that were sort of immediately obvious to me, suggesting not just distress, but what I would describe as psychosis, having seen dogs. I've been dealing with dog abuse cases for virtually my entire adult life. I've worked as a volunteer and as a volunteer lawyer for the Hound in Chicago, where there are dog fighting cases, animals who've been starved to death, animals who've lived their entire lives tied to a tree, including in the freezing cold in Chicago. And I saw multiple dogs instantly upon walking in this facility who are as traumatized as any dog as I've ever seen in 20 plus years of dealing with abused dogs.
Okay, I'm gonna have it played right about at a point that's 22 seconds into the video. If you can look at that and tell us if there's any particular behavior that you see that is concerning to you.
Yeah, so in a span of maybe a few seconds, there was a dog in the upper right who's spinning 3 times in a cage. And spinning was an example of these behavioral maladies that I was talking about, repetitive behavior that, my experience dealing with traumatized animals, and frankly traumatized human beings, a lot of them develop just weird tics, weird repetitive behaviors. You see this often in children who are abused too. They'll just be nodding their head over and over again, or they'll be like circling or just doing something weird as a stress response. And instantly upon walking this facility, like I think the number I've estimated is just in walking through about 1 in 5, I was seeing something, whether it was like bouncing back and forth, like weird head movements or spinning behavior. We were seeing that pretty much everywhere. Malady.
You talked about the metal cages you saw, and obviously we all saw it in the video there. Did you observe any dogs that were not living on wire inside the facility?
No, all the cages, all the dogs were living in cages, and all of them were living on wire flooring, which was another concern that we pretty quickly, not immediately, it wasn't something I saw right away, but pretty shortly after entering the facility, I started noticing there were dogs with foot conditions.
Okay, I'd like to show you the next video, which would be Exhibit 7. Are you familiar with that video?
I am. That's video footage that I shot. It's a true and accurate depiction of what I observed on the flooring of Ridglan Farms in April 2017.
Can you tell us about what you observed that day and what's depicted in that particular video we just watched?
Yeah, we started documenting, and actually one thing I should have said earlier is the February 2017 USDA inspection report suggesting there were foot injuries on the dogs was not actually something I was aware of at the time, because the inspection reports had been taken down, so we didn't have access to that inspection report. So I was not necessarily looking specifically for flooring and foot issues when I walked in the facility, but pretty quickly after walking in, we noticed a number of dogs behaving abnormally, not in a way that suggested just psychological stress, but suggested physical pain. Like all of us have seen a dog who's got a foot injury, who's like limping a little bit, walking a little funny, and we'd see dogs that were walking kind of funny or just seemingly sensitive on their feet. And so we were trying to document the flooring conditions and the fact that, the flooring was this wire flooring with pretty large gauge size. Gauge is just, and I think you're going to show us a video of this in a bit, just the size of the holes and not a stable place for these dogs to live. As far as we knew, and the documents we had obtained and the evidence we had obtained at this point suggested, this is what the animals were living on for their entire lives, years at a time. And so it's not surprising to us that we were seeing some animals that were exhibiting either some sort of physical ailment or actually even physical injury on their feet.
We'll play Exhibit 8, the next video.
do. This is not a video that I shot, I know, because the camera quality is a little less good, and I was using the nicer camera, and one of my other team members was using the Nikon camera, and so this is an Nikon for sure. But I remember the team member pointing this out to me because one of the dogs that just looked particularly defeated, and at various points you see her kind of lifting her paw. You can also just see the gauge size, the size of the holes that she's standing on, and we thought at the time, and I think it was ultimately verified by multiple inspection reports, that a lot of these dogs were having difficulty with the wire flooring, especially when their feet were injured.
So you said you personally didn't shoot that, but does the video, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you observed in Ridglan Farms?
Correct, yes.
We'll play the next video, which is Exhibit 9. Do you recognize that video?
Yes, this is video that I shot of, in many instances, in fact, that last video, that dog, we looked at her feet and there was no specific acute injury. It just appeared she was unsteady and like her feet were swollen and pink, but probably not that swollen and pink. And yet she was exhibiting behavior suggesting some sort of pain. But there were other dogs, including this dog, who had actual lesions and cysts on their feet. And this is an example of that.
So the video is paused, I think, right around 2 seconds right now. What can you see anything in the image where it's paused?
Yeah, you can see in between the dog's digits, her two kind of like basically toes, there's a growing cyst that is a lesion that's, from my understanding, and I'm not a veterinarian, but even at the time, I observed it and I thought this is because of the pressure, it's because of the feces and infection and injury. I thought this dog had an infected paw, basically.
We'll move on to Exhibit 10, which is another video. Do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do recognize the video. I believe this is a video I shot at Ridglan Farms
Back in 2017 while you were
in
there?
April 2017 when we visited the facility.
What, if anything, is significant to you about this video?
Yeah, I had no specific reason to think that devocalization or debarking was happening at Ridglan Farms, but it was a concern that a lot of people in the animal advocacy and in the veterinary community had. I first was exposed to debarking after reading Richard Wright's book, Black Boy, where he talks about working in a beagle production facility himself and being horrified that they're essentially cutting the vocal cords, mutilating the vocal cords of these poor dogs. And I took this footage because specifically, as I got close to this dog, I noticed that her voice seemed suppressed, and I had heard the barking of dogs who had been debarked before. I've been around dogs that were debarked. We had a concern about both the practice of debarking and probably how it was being done, because it appeared that many dogs, if not all of them, were being debarked. And we have 3,000, 4,000 dogs, and they're all going through the surgical procedure that's actually a pretty intense, difficult surgical procedure. That was a concern for us. The other thing I noted just in this dog was just the fact that she appears to have some sort of lesion on her face that was not, as far as I can tell, been treated or noted on her cage card. And one thing I failed to say is all these dogs have cage card that in some cases would indicate some medical issue that needed to be treated. I'd say in the vast majority of cases like this one, and I think this case was specifically one of them, there'd be some injury that seemed like it was, from my perspective, quite severe. There was a lesion on the side of her face, and there's no indication on her medical chart. And that seemed concerning to me because, you know, lesion needs to be treated, it needs to be potentially sutured, it needs to, you know, you need to give an animal antibiotics, you need to figure out why they have this lesion. And you see a lot of animals with lesions of various sorts on their paws would probably be the most common thing because of the flooring and they're inescapable, they're always putting pressure on their feet. But oftentimes in other parts of the body, their feet, their legs, their face, and you know, I observed many dogs pushing their faces up against the cage wire, and so I documented that because I thought it was evidence that these dogs, due to their improper shelter, were suffering from various forms of self-harm.
So you talked about what we heard this dog in this video straining to bark. Despite the fact that this dog, and I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I assume you observed others also straining. Despite that, can you like tell us what the volume of the facility was like while you were inside?
Yeah, so that was kind of another shocking thing, that when you narrowed your auditory focus on a specific animal, each of the individual animals actually could not create much sound because of what appeared to me to be debarking. But then collectively, given that there are hundreds of animals, that suggested to me a lot of animals straining very hard to be heard. They wanted someone to hear them, despite the fact that they were struggling to bark. And that was surprising and honestly disturbing to me as well. That when we narrowed the focus in on one dog, they were having so much trouble barking, but collectively, you know, it was so loud in there that even with an earpiece, I could not hear anything my team members were saying to me.
We'll watch Exhibit 11, another video now. Do you recognize that video?
Yeah, this is video footage, I think, from a GoPro actually, so it was not video footage I shot, it was a GoPro that was attached to one of my team members. But it's a scene that I saw, and I discussed with my team members afterwards. But this is just one of many scenes that were documented of that same repetitive behavior, you know, spinning. And, you know, one thing I just noted, and I noted especially with Julie, one of the beagles we actually removed, is a lot of these animals are engaged in repetitive behavior. Usually when an animal is barking and frantic, dogs have evolved with human beings for thousands of years, and they're usually trying to communicate something coherent. They'll bark because they want food, they'll be looking at you. And one thing you'll notice from a lot of these dogs is they were just barking at nothing. Like the dog wasn't even looking at us, she was just like barking into nothing and spinning and pouncing on the walls, suggesting that there is just something deeply psychologically wrong with her. Because if you saw like a dog barking, I mean, I've had a recent senescent dog, an older dog, who just started like walking into walls and barking at walls. For the dogs at Ridglan Farms, this is just common behavior for all the dogs, and this is one example of that.
We'll move on to the next video, Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that video?
Yeah, that's video footage I shot at Ridglan Farms in April 2017.
What, what if anything is significant to you about that video?
Yeah, the reason we shot this video, we ended up shooting extensively this particular dog in this cage, is because so there were a lot of dogs. Like I said, 1 in 5 I thought was just in brief observation exhibiting some sort of behavioral pathology of some sort. But this was probably the single dog who in the entire facility we thought appeared to be most traumatized. And I said previously the dogs seemed to be just looking in weird directions and not like fully intact, just mentally. I just remember so much, Julie was spinning constantly at a higher and higher rate. And we also pretty quickly noticed that her paws were red and inflamed, and they looked like they were injured, and yet she was spinning very fast in a way that seemed bizarre, as if she was ignoring her own injuries or her own pain. And the final reason we really stopped and spent a lot of time with her was because when we would look at her, she would very occasionally stop and look out. And I mean, even with a lot of the psychotic dogs, sometimes they would look at us, because that's just kind of a natural thing for a dog to do, and for, frankly, any animal to do. When something's moving, you look at the thing that's moving, or the person who's moving, and she would just look out of the cage and just look through us. She would be looking around, like, randomly, as if she wasn't seeing anything. And at the time, we didn't actually think she was, we had no idea, and we had no reason to suspect that she was blind. We definitely noted that there was something wrong with her behaviorally, because she was not able to focus the way a normal animal would focus when we waved our hand and walked by.
So was that video that we just watched, was the dog in that video the one that you have referred to a couple times as Julie?
That's right, that was Julie.
We'll go ahead and we'll watch, we'll get exhibit 13, the next video ready. And yeah, we'll go ahead and watch it.
Keep walking. Let's walk back.
Do you recognize that video?
Yeah, so we initially saw her and then continued walking through the facility. And then I remember us saying we should come back and document this one dog, because we thought she was the one who was in the worst shape. And you can see as I walked by, I actually didn't even see her, even though she's spinning, because there were so many other dogs distressed, even when I was deliberately looking for her. And one of my team members, Paul, actually had to stop me and say, like, hey, we just passed her, you know, the one we're focused on. But the other thing to note about this is that if you kind of watch the video, she's just looking in all these random directions. It's like she's not focused on anything. And then one thing we noticed, I think I noticed this on the night, and certainly I noticed this afterwards when we looked at the footage, which this is actually footage from the VR camera. We called it Jelly Squid, or I should say the company we borrowed the camera from called it Jelly Squid, because it was like an octopus-like device that had all these different lenses pointing in different directions, and that's why you have kind of the strange fisheye effect, because it's just one lens of many that are going in a 360-degree arrangement. It's like it actually does kind of look like a squid or an octopus, the camera. And this is just one of those lenses, and the reason it's slightly distorted is because there's something about the stitching process where they actually have to create the fisheye effect in the lens to stitch together all the video to make it a coherent, immersive virtual reality experience. But the thing we had noticed before, and that you see in this video, is she's particularly distressed when we leave. And she, again, we didn't know she was blind at the time, but she could still sense and probably hear or maybe smell that there are people moving away. And every time we'd move away, she'd spin even faster and spin even faster. And over the course of a 2-hour time period, we came to Julie over and over again, and we never saw her stop spinning over that 2-hour time period other than just a few seconds at a time. Like you see for a few moments when we first arrive at the cage, she's bouncing a little bit, going back and forth, sort of in an arbitrary fashion. It doesn't seem like she's very directed. And again, I noticed that she wasn't looking at us. But every time when we stayed there for a little while, and especially when we walked away, she would start spinning and spinning and spinning at a speed that was so fast We were actually just concerned from a perspective of physical exhaustion, that a dog that's spinning this fast for this long, even setting aside the foot injury she had, spinning on wire, we were concerned that just from a physical exhaustion perspective, this dog could just die from cardiac arrest, from constant spinning.
I think this might be a good time to take our morning break. And it's 10:30. Let's come back at 10:45 and we'll pick up with Mr. Hsiung's testimony. We're adjourned.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you want me to say something or? I just want to make sure that, I just want to make sure that I have, these were the ones. This was, okay, cool, thank you. No, that's fine, I just want to.
Yeah, I'll send this. Okay. I'll let them. Do you want the video mic or do you have one? I'm good. I just didn't get to during the thing. But yeah. I might go out there and grab some B-roll of him. You don't have an extra tripod, do you, by any chance? I don't. It's fine. It's fine. If they told me I would problem, yeah, I wasn't given a lot of information. So yeah, witnesses that you're talking. Yeah. Yeah. So is this like area totally fine for me to connect to? Yeah, as long as everyone hears. Way I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Who are you with?
We're just doing this for a project.
Okay.
Like interview someone who works with like a campus organization. It's like Dane County on campus.
so worried about it.
So I'm just wondering, like, maybe we could get a press pass. We weren't expecting to, honestly.
Nice. Well, good for you. That's awesome. Yeah.
I'm pretty close to hypothermia. It's cold.
How long is this supposed to go?
Yeah, it's probably gonna be the entire court day. He's been talking about the count. So probably one more half hour to an hour. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 witnesses.
Are you filming for a Dane County?
I'm filming for a documentary, which our documentary filmer isn't, so it's good. So now I'm just doing the tests.
Yeah.
I know I have to focus on, but
What?
We're doing class mini documentary for our class. So we only need a little bit of footage.
is it getting published anywhere?
Maybe
sure.
his Instagram, maybe Instagram.
The Instagram? What's the Instagram?
I think it's just Dane. It was just, yeah.
Oh, they're gonna post it.
I mean,
If you decide.
Yeah.
if he, I mean,
Yeah.
like, if they would like to post it,
Right.
we were saying, we're like, if you guys would like it, otherwise, we're just making it for turning it in.
Nice. Yeah. It's called, the company's called Let Us Be Heroes. I don't know what the documentary is gonna be called, but it's going to be like a year.
Alright, we'll watch out for it.
Sounds good. Ellie, do you want to set up this thing? I saw you guys only.
I didn't want to comment around while people were talking, but yeah, it is getting hard to. I don't think I knew where people were.
Hello?
Okay.
Wonder if it was allowed, if I could microphone. That, yeah, no, that's not. Okay, cool. Perfect.
Well, I just need, yeah, I just need to hide it.
Because she gave me okay for a live stream, you're capturing audio and
Gotcha.
so there's no issue with that.
Gotcha, sounds good, thank you very much.
You bet.
Joe said they're mostly
Do we want to put it on?
Oh, yeah.
You could also put it on this as in because I think we can flip it up and then I think we can switch places.
Why don't we just switch places since it's here?
Okay.
start by laughing? Oh, that'd be awesome. That would make sense.
There we go.
Okay.
About 40 people at a time.
That's so much better.
I mean, I think I did a pretty good manual pivot, but like, this would be a lot easier. Do you want to slide when we're down though, because I'm fine here. Without you. I can.
Whatever works, and we'll get it set up to the Facebook page.
Do you
Do you want your drink? You gonna bring that over here?
I think Joe's
He's higher. Way higher than we are, so.
I mean, we could do a sample. Should we copy it and then? Yeah, which would be. Have I been here, Joe?
You're good.
You guys got a good audience. Yeah.
I'm not sure. The COURTCAM, which is just for press, has 3.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Okay.
For press. Yeah. So, and then yeah, I don't know from the UnchainedTV.
Was that Miranda?
What's that?
Was Miranda doing an interview?
Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. All right, great.
That's amazing.
That's pretty good job. Sir, is yours? Yeah.
And then you, once you leave the courtroom, like,
In fact, if they can't help it, and it'll be on YouTube afterwards.
It'll just be, we can use your Petitioners YouTube. It'll definitely be on Facebook. And so it's under Ellie's page. So it's Dog Research Exposed podcast.
okay. And this one's live streaming as well. If I can send you the YouTube.
Would you?
Yep. What's your
The public, yeah.
EL.
one?
Sure. That'd be great.
Yeah, so I have the full-time press and then the Unchained TV. I can send you about Unchained.
But this will be a link that I could watch the whole proceeding.
There's going to be
A quarter along. I turned on the sensible battery.
Oh no, do you need a battery?
No, I'm fine. I'm just going to use the live stream if I need it. I might not even need it. I used to be able to take dogs.
Oh, no, all good. I didn't.
So do you want my email?
yeah.
No. It's
You guys aren't sitting here, right?
Actually,
Okay.
just trying to paste it. There we go. Bill
BLUE, first four letters of the color blue.
DERR.
DERS. Yeah, gmail.com. Perfect.
YouTube live stream.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna mention this to the judge as well. I just don't want her to think that.
All rise for the purpose.
Mr. Hsiung, will you please take the stand?
Thank you.
Let's go on. We need a court reporter,
My apologies.
and we need to go back on the record, so. Ready? Okay, we're back on the record. The appearances are the same. We are hearing the testimony of Mr. Hsiung. You may proceed.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry to intervene, but I just want to make sure this is okay. One of the journalists said that they got approval from the court to attach a mic to me. Is that okay?
I didn't approve anyone attaching it with anyone.
I talked to them. Judge, someone asked me, and under the understanding that everything was recorded and live streamed, I didn't think it would be an issue.
Then that's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to
Dave
make
can
sure.
give permission.
Okay. Thank you, and I just want to make sure those are good before.
And as long as it doesn't interfere with what my court reporters do.
Understood.
Mr. Hsiung, we just watched Exhibit 13. You said that was a video taken with that virtual reality camera you mentioned.
That's right.
Just to clarify for me, obviously the view of this video looks different than the other ones we watched. If I or whoever's watching it put on a virtual reality headset, it would look different, like it would look like we're actually in the building, correct?
Correct. You would put on, for example, an Oculus headset, and it would feel like you were actually inside the facility. And we basically shot the entire time period and provided all that video footage to essentially anyone who wanted to see any of it, including the media and the authorities, frankly. Because we wanted to document in a fully immersive way every single thing that we observed while we were in the facility.
Your Honor, I would ask that exhibits 6 through 13, which are the videos we just watched, be admitted into evidence.
Don't receive them?
Thank you. While you were in this building at Ridglan Farms, were you able to determine how many dogs were in the building?
Yeah, so obviously we could not count because there were a large number of dogs and a large number of cages. I have been in lots of different mass confinement facilities, in some cases at the invitation of various companies that are working in partnership with animal advocates to try and improve the conditions the animals are being raised in. And so I estimated hundreds, and I think that turned out to be accurate. I think it's about 1,000 in this building.
At the time that you were there?
Yeah, I thought it was probably a few hundred, maybe up to 1,000. I think it was around 1,000 is the number that we ultimately received from the company.
Obviously, the animals have to eliminate, defecate, urinate. Is there anything you can tell us about your observations regarding that?
Yeah, I forgot to mention this, but the thing that you noticed even before arriving at the facility is an intense and pungent smell that is so strong that a lot of our team members, even before we entered the facility, for the record, were already feeling a little uncomfortable. And I showed you, or I pointed out these manure lagoons. There is an incredible amounts of ammonia in feces, ammonia from the urine. It's like a nitrogenous chemical that is actually quite dangerous. In fact, that's why your body excretes it, because it's not good if ammonia and nitrogen builds up in your blood. And you could smell it, and it was extremely intense inside the facility. The only place that I remember smelling quite as bad was actually the dog meat slaughterhouse in Hsiung, and it was exactly the same smell. And I had a feeling of deja vu. Even as I was approaching the facility, I felt like I had kind of gone back in time to Hsiung, China because of the smell.
What did you do after you documented these issues inside of Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, and there were just so many issues. I should say the ammonia smell and the confinement, that is part of the shelter and responsibility of anyone who's caring for an animal. If you're confining animals so tightly, they're excreting so much waste that the smell is so pungent that you're finding it difficult to breathe, and the animals will find it difficult to breathe as well. And so we had a number of issues. We saw foot injuries, foot issues, including many animals on wire. I think in some of this video footage you can see the rusting of the cage wire. So in theory, the flooring was supposed to be coated with polyurethane. In a lot of cases that just wasn't true. We had the psychotic abnormal behaviors, which I knew at the time, and it's still the case today, was a violation of Wisconsin law, because if you're confining animals to the point they're exhibiting abnormal behaviors, and the behaviors we saw at this facility were not just abnormal, but psychotic. And then obviously many just acute injuries of various sorts, lesions on feet, on paws, on their faces. So what we did initially was we started just gathering all of our evidence because this is an open rescue, and I mean the entire point of doing this was to document and to try and encourage the authorities to at least do an investigation, at least. But we thought, this was compelling evidence. But we also thought we needed to deliver it in a way that would have maximum likely impact. And so that means oftentimes working with the journalists. So one of the things we did almost immediately after going in April, I think by May of 2017, I had contacted a journalist at The Intercept, who is a winner of Pulitzer Prize, a longtime investigative journalist. And he looked at our footage, said he was horrified by it, but asked us to hold it for him to do further research and review. And that's a request journalists often make. They want to be the ones to kind of publish it, and they want to be the ones that contact the company. They want to be the ones that contact the authorities. So at that point, given we're working exclusively with the journalists, we just kind of held on and continued doing research, would provide additional information when the journalists requested, but we're basically waiting on him to publish his findings, so then we could publish our findings too.
So is it fair to say that after your on-site investigation, you continued to gather evidence to corroborate what you saw?
Correct, yeah, so one of the things that Glenn, the journalist, is a man by the name of Glenn Greenwald, was asking for us is just give me more corroboration. You saw these things in one day, what evidence do you have? And so we're kind of continuing to work with him over the course of the year to get as much corroborative evidence as we could.
Exhibit 14 worked.
14 is depicted on the screen up here, but I'm gonna give you a copy so you can see it as well. Can you tell us what this is if you know?
Yeah, this is a inspection report from the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. In addition to the federal inspections under state law, there are various regulatory requirements for dog sellers and dog facility operators. And an annual inspection is performed pursuant to those regulations in the state of Wisconsin.
How
This
did,
is the document.
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to answer your question, I think. This is a document we obtained through a State Open Records Act request. An attorney I was working with by the name of Bonnie Clapper actually made the request, partly to kind of continue to corroborate and find what information we could about various state and federal inspection records that might corroborate some of the findings we had. So just to be clear, we did not actually have this inspection record when we went. We just had a suspicion, and I thought compelling suggestion that dogs were suffering from inappropriate confinement, but I didn't actually have access to this inspection report, which is from October of 2016, which I guess would have been about 6 months prior to my visit. We obtained this, I think, a year or so after our initial visit.
What, if anything, is significant specifically within this report?
Yeah, I think it's pages here are numbered. But I think beginning on page 8, you notice that there are a number of violations, and one of them involves flooring issues involving wire flooring with a gauge size, in other words, the size of the holes. Animals need solid flooring in their lives. I mean, you can't live on rocks or on spikes or wire flooring that is inappropriate for your feet. And the report indicates that the flooring, at least in some of the enclosures, is causing many of the dog's feet to actually even fall through the holes. And I just remember noting immediately that it says that there are animals with noticeable difficulty standing, which is pretty bad. If an animal can't even stand, that's pretty bad. And there's some photos on the next page that show kind of the flooring, the same flooring conditions we observed that we were concerned about. And then on page 10, one page after that, we note that the facilities apparently experiencing animals with foot health problems. I guess it's the second bullet point under the first note, or I should say the second sub-bullet point, saying that several dogs observed in the facility were being treated for foot health problems. And after that, a number of dogs displaying prominent stereotypical behaviors such as circling, pacing. I'm sorry.
I had prominent stereo.
Yeah. A number of adult dogs in the facility were displaying prominent stereotypical behaviors such as circling, pacing, and wall bouncing. And on that page, there's a recommendation that something has to be done to address the dog's abnormal stereotypical behaviors. And this was, I won't say shocking to me, because we found the same things 6 months later. But I guess there were two things surprising to me about it. One is typically these inspection reports have no words at all. The inspectors are very busy. It's sort of a rubber stamp process in my experience, and that's been what I've heard from a lot of inspectors, both at the state and the federal level. But the other thing was, it was surprising to me, they found exactly the same things we published in our report in 2018, exactly to the word. But this was 6 months before, showing that over a 6-month time period, the exact things that even a state inspector deemed. Now, the state inspectors are not dealing with criminal laws, they're dealing with administrative regulations, so they're not criminal enforcement. But they're finding exactly the same things that we were finding in terms of animal cruelty.
Is it at 15 mark?
15 is now displayed on the screen, and I'm also handing it to you. Can you tell us what that is if you know?
Yeah, this is a federal inspection record, and unlike the state inspection records, there is a public database, although again, there was not at the time. This is a record we obtained after our investigation of a USDA report from February of 2017 indicating foot injuries, or at least a foot injury of the dogs, and indicating this is non-compliant with federal law. I'll just note it says a hairless red swollen lesion on the right hind paw, and it's not being treated in any way.
How did you obtain this report?
I just downloaded it from the USDA's website. Because about a year after President Trump took down all the records, partly because of outcry, even within the Republican Party. I mean, there's just mass outcry over an entire year. It led the Trump to ultimately decide to reinstate the records, which they were, I think, legally required to do.
And what was the date of this inspection?
This is February of 2017, so it was approximately 2 months before we visited the facility.
Your Honor, I ask that exhibits 14 and 15 be admitted into evidence.
I will receive them.
Exhibit 16, Smart?
We now have exhibit 16 on the screen, and I'm handing it to you as well. Can you tell us what that is?
This is another state inspection report. Which I don't think I clarified this, but under state and federal law, both the state of Wisconsin and the federal Department of Agriculture engage in typically one annual inspection. And so you don't have many of these, it's just once per year. And again, usually there's nothing in them. And for a long time, actually, the federal government didn't even require an actual physical inspection. Just a statement by the company would be enough to satisfy the inspection record. So this is something I obtained through a Freedom of Information Act, or I should say, it's a state Open Records Act equivalent to the federal Freedom of Information Act, which gives every citizen the right to access public records of various sorts. And we obtained this, I believe, in 2023, because it was an inspection report from 2022.
So,
Exhibit 17, Mark?
thank you. So when was the inspection noted in that report, this exhibit 16?
It's from July of 2022, July 6th, 2022.
What, if anything, is significant to you in this report?
Yeah, so this one does have page numbers, so I can actually indicate. The inspection report finds additional non-compliances that are similar to the non-compliances, and I mean, there's a lot on here I could go through, but I'll just say the things I noted are one, the ventilation issues, you know, on page 10, where the ammonia odor is so bad. If you see the first bullet point on page 10, it was bad enough that I experienced nausea on one occasion, and my throat and nostrils were irritated for several hours, which is pretty bad. For air quality to be so bad, your nose and throat are irritated for several hours. And the second thing we noted is that there's an image taken of the continued flooring issues they're having, including the failure of the facility to properly coat the wire flooring. And this was new for me and honestly a little shocking, because I would not have guessed that this is this high, but near the bottom of page 10, the second to last bullet point, where the inspector indicates 30% of the enclosures are experiencing some sort of damage to the wire coating.
Handing you exhibit 17, just coming on the screen as well. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, this is a federal inspection report from December 5th, 2023. This is something I downloaded in early 2024, just a few months ago, I guess, showing that once again, there are flooring issues, you know, that the facility reports that there are puppies whose feet and legs are passing through the smooth coated mesh floors. So that I just remember noting that the report says, while the facility reports no injuries have occurred, floors have to be maintained so that puppies' feet cannot pass through the floor to prevent risk of injury. And it was strange to me that the facility was reporting no injuries when there were multiple instances of injuries to the dog's feet that were in the inspection reports themselves at the state level that I have personally witnessed. So that struck me as inaccurate reporting.
And how did you obtain this report?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just downloaded this from the AWA website, the Animal Welfare Act website.
Exhibit 18, Mark. I'm handing you exhibit 18. Can you tell us what that is?
This is an additional state inspection report from June 6, 2024 that was obtained by our colleagues at Dane for Dogs with our support and involvement through a state Open Records Act request from, I think I already said this, from June of this year.
So this is another state inspection, not
Correct.
federal?
Yeah.
And what was the date of this inspection?
That was June 6, 2024.
What, if anything, is significant about this report?
Yeah, this was actually pretty shocking to me because even as the company was in the public limelight, and even as, you know, I've been testified about this, but even as there was a criminal case against me for documenting and trying to give assistance to dogs at Ridglan Farms, there were inspections being performed showing, for example, on page 8, that a dog is limping and keeping weight off her front paw due to a ruptured interdigital cyst, and there's no documentation of that. And that there continue to be problems with the shelter involving the drainage systems. Just if you look at the bottom of page 8, spots where waste accumulates and becomes stagnant, leading to very serious issues with, on the very bottom of the page, excess accumulation of excreta and other organic matter. And then, you know, the inspector actually proceeds to take a number of images of just the amount of feces and waste that's building up beneath the cages.
Exhibit 19, Mark.
And at the end, just kind of a dog, you know, with what appears to be a ruptured interdigital cyst, which is a result of the pressure on their feet from standing on water. You can just kind of see the dog in the state she's in, and you know, it just reminded me of what I had shot in April 2017, except in this case, it wasn't just a cyst, it appeared to be a ruptured cyst. That, you know, for a cyst to grow and then become ruptured, and for it still not to be even identified, is a huge problem. It's just going to cause this animal incredible suffering.
Handing you exhibit 19. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, this is an inspection record that is a follow-up inspection, which typically does not happen in 1 year. But when there are serious non-compliances occasionally, oftentimes, again, this doesn't even happen through a physical inspection. it'll just be an email or some note. But in this case, an inspector did go back and make another visit to follow up on the non-compliances that they found in June of 2024. And even while there's lots of public attention and concern about the conditions at Ridglan Farms, you see on page 8 of this exhibit that there still appear to be animals with foot injuries, including an animal that's limping and not bearing any weight on the front right leg. I'm sorry, this is page 8, the first dash bullet point. I observed a dog identified as FF0, not bearing any weight. There's no documentation of the injury, despite the fact the dog is hobbling. A second dog appears to have a similar condition. And you also see in this inspection report that the ammonia and drainage issues related to the intensive confinement of the animals appear not to have been rectified. Which again was very, very shocking to me, because not only had the company been in the public limelight, but there had actually been an inspection just a few months prior, finding these same things, and it's still not being corrected.
And what date was the inspection that is documented in this report?
Yeah, it's September 16, 2024, for just about a month from now. If you keep going down, I mean, you can see, if you scroll down to after page 8, so page 9 of the PDF, if you recall the video footage I showed you, this is exactly the same thing we shot in April of 2017. Exactly. Like, I saw this photo and I thought, I saw this over and over again. These dogs, that they're holding their paws up like they're in pain. And they're not only not being treated, but the company doesn't even note it on the medical record. And again, this is not me saying this, this is an inspector noting that this is happening, and 2 times in the span of 3 months, while they know there is a special prosecutor proceeding pending. That tells you a lot about the neglect and frankly, at this point, the intentionality of the abuse of dogs happening in this facility.
Your Honor, I'd ask that exhibits 16 through 19 be admitted into evidence.
I'll receive them.
Thank you. Mr. Hsiung, have you reported this evidence that you've obtained or complained at all to local authorities about what's going on at Ridglan Farms?
Yes, repeatedly and persistently, beginning in 2018, when the reporter we've been working with basically said, I'm ready to go.
So did that reporter actually publish something?
He did. He published a feature-length article called Bred to Suffer in May of 2018. In May of 2018.
So what did you do immediately after publication of that article?
Yeah, so we have a protocol for our investigative team once it becomes public, sometime, in some cases before it becomes public, if we think the authorities are going to act reasonably. But in this case, given that we had kind of a long record in Dane County of the authorities not really responding to anyone's concerns about animal cruelty, we waited for the journals to publish and then immediately would have contacted 3 different agencies: Animal Control, the Sheriff's Office, and the DA's office. And so one of our team members made those phone calls, indicated there was a journalist report, that we had additional evidence, and that we're seeking at least an investigation.
Did you or your team receive any responses to those complaints?
No, no one responded to our calls in any way other than to say thank you, goodbye.
Was there anyone else that you attempted to contact?
Was there anyone else who we attempted to contact?
Like, did you work with other attorneys or law firms or anything, or make
Yeah,
any
we did.
efforts?
So,
I'm sorry, what was that last part? Law firms
Or make any other efforts?
yeah, we did. So we made efforts pretty persistently over the next few years. So one concern we had was that, we're an animal advocacy organization, and the journalist we work with is, he's known for being kind of pro-animal as well. So we actually have an independent law firm that has expertise in animal law. It's actually literally called the Animal Law Firm. They work in kind of animal law disputes across the country in various ways to file a supplemental report just based on their review of evidence. And I believe that happened in October of 2022. And this was again sent to Animal Control, the Sheriff's Office, and the DA's office.
Did you receive a response?
They did not receive any response that they conveyed to me, and they would have responded to me because we had asked them to do this on our behalf.
So that was in 2022. Did you make any efforts in 2023?
Yeah, so after we obtained some of these inspection reports kind of verifying the things that we had saw, we thought, okay, this is not just our photographic and videographic evidence, this is now multiple government inspectors finding essentially the same cluster of facts around shelter, flooring. So we submitted an additional complaint through a law clerk on direct action of our legal team in, I believe it was, I'm trying to remember the exact month, it was probably around May of 2023. And they actually provided those inspection reports that say, look, this is not just activists and independent lawyers, this is actually the state's own inspectors.
And who was that sent to?
I believe in that case, it was only sent to the Dane County District Attorney because we just thought this was kind of a follow-up and it was evidence that DA specifically should be looking at.
Did you receive a response?
No response.
What happened in March of this year, 2024?
Yeah, so in March of 2024, first I went on trial because I should actually correct myself. The only response we received was in August of 2021 after we had filed some of our initial reports and after there had been media attention, because it was a few years after that. I was charged for burglary and theft for removing 3 of the dogs, all of whom, you know, honestly were in a state of just extreme psychological distress. And again, this is not the nature of this proceeding, but you know, we felt and that we had various legal defenses to legally and morally justify what we had done. So the only response we received was, I think it was actually a media outlet that reached out to us initially and said, oh, by the way, you're being criminally charged. So that was the first response we heard from the DA's office after we had attempted to contact them. But in March of this year, the charges against us were dismissed. I suspect, I shouldn't speculate, but they were dismissed. And immediately thereafter, we once again went to the authorities for the first time with additional evidence, because over the course of the years since we reported this to the media and were criminally charged, a number of other whistleblowers came forward, including 2 former employees. And they not only corroborated our evidence of improper flooring and intensive confinement that was leading to psychotic and abnormal behaviors by the dogs, but provided us additional information about pretty disturbing allegations of surgeries performed without anesthesia at Ridglan Farms. And so that was delivered to, that was evidence we were planning to use at trial. And after our trial ended because the charges against me were dismissed, we went to the DA's office, the sheriff, and animal control, and separately, I think, our partners at Dane for Dogs contacted the Department of Agriculture, Trade and Consumer Protection, indicating that we believed that not only do we have this evidence of improper flooring and shelter, but also what I think can only be described as surgical mutilations performed on the dogs without anesthesia and by non-veterinarians. And that happened, I think initially my contact was on March 14th, and subsequently after we received no response from the phone calls, emails, I think I also just literally filed a complaint through the online tip program because they would not respond to any of our phone calls or emails. We visited in person Animal Control, the Sheriff's Department, and the DA's office on March 18th, 2024.
Okay, I'm gonna play another video. It's Exhibit 20. You can take a look at it and then tell us what it is if you know.
Hello, how are you?
I am an attorney, an animal cruelty investigator, and I have in my hands a document that is an animal cruelty complaint against a facility called Ridglan Farms in Dane County, Wisconsin. And I'm trying to reach out to the county sheriff a few times with some of this evidence. I haven't had a lot of success, so I thought I'd just drop by and see if there's anyone I can talk to briefly about our concerns about violations of the animal cruelty laws in the state of Wisconsin.
So you want to file a case?
Yeah, we can't file a case, obviously, that's up to the district attorney's office. We just want an investigation to get started. And so I'm wondering if there's anyone in the office who I can speak to, even just briefly, about some of the concerns, because
At this time? They know they all work like this, and all that is free.
okay.
Best is, so, Ridglan, and that is,
It's in Blue Mountains.
and
It's
you
like, no.
Okay, can you make reference of when you're shopping, please?
It's 119.
Mr. Hsiung, while we're going to the next portion of the video, can you tell us what this video is of?
This is video of my visit to the Dane County Sheriff's Office, or similar visits to the Dane County District Attorney's Office in animal control, where I'm delivering a complaint and including also a referral from a very experienced former federal prosecutor who has a specialty in animal cases, who had basically written up her agreements with our position that there was clear and compelling evidence, in fact, I think proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that there were violations of Wisconsin animal cruelty law unfolding at Ridglan Farms.
And what day was it that you were at the sheriff's department as depicted in this video?
I believe it was March 18th, 2024.
And we're gonna restart it. Can you, is that the timestamp 3:20? And we'll play until 3:40.
I think it, I get it, kind of free.
Okay,
The other ones that we
okay, awesome. I just need to just, yeah, I mean, obviously, this is just a preliminary complaint. There's a lot of other evidence we have, so if you pass along and just say there's a lot more where this came from. But this is just sketching out what I think is pretty clearly the very compelling evidence that there are legal violations happening in the company.
So what is depicted in that portion of the video?
Yeah, so this is me just handing the documents over to what appears to be the clerk at the sheriff's office. And I think I left my phone number with them, indicated that I had been trying to reach out to them repeatedly, had made phone calls and emails, and had not received a reply, and asked them if someone could contact me about any of the evidence that I had.
Did you receive any response?
No.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 20.
I will receive it on the condition that you provide a transcript as well.
We will do that. Thank you. You mentioned a meeting with the district attorney. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so at a hearing in, I think, July, for the first time, I saw the district attorney of the county, Ismail Hsiung, and he was actually in this courtroom. And once again, after the proceeding, I approached him and asked him, would it be okay for me to have a moment of your time? And given that I had been trying to reach him or anyone in law enforcement for years, effectively 6 years, and he did agree to meet with me. We went up to his office, spent, I would guess, about 10 minutes. It was me, I think you, Attorney Schrank, and an investigator with the DA's office and the DA himself, Mr. Ozan. He did not say a word that I can recall, or nothing significant, other than you will hear from us. I presented him all the evidence. His inspector was cordial, and he was, I think, a little less cordial, but was not rude, just did not seem like he wanted to talk to us. And said at the end, you'll hear back from us, and I never heard anything from them I should say until the most recent hearing where he stated, I think on record in a hearing, that he had not received a referral from the sheriff's department.
You mentioned completing an online referral form. Was that to law enforcement or which agency?
Yeah, that would have been the sheriff's department. So I called the non-emergency line. They gave me an email address that I could shoot a complaint to. I did that. They also told me there was an online form I could fill out. I did that. I tried to describe it to them by the phone call, but they said they weren't that interested in talking to me with the phone, and I should submit things through these electronic methods. And I did so, did not hear back, and went to visit on March 18th as a result of the non-response.
You mentioned that you were prosecuted criminally for actions that you took when you went personally to Ridglan Farms.
That's right.
And that criminal case against you is pending for a couple or a few years, correct?
Yeah, it was brought in August of 2021 and was dismissed in March of 2024. So it was 2.5 years or so.
During the pendency of that case, was there evidence that you and the other individuals charged, the co-defendants, provided to the district attorney's office in your defense of that case?
Yeah, extensive. I mean, there's a reciprocal discovery obligation where we have to provide any evidence we plan to submit at trial, and there's a large file of evidence that we submitted to them.
And that would include some of the evidence that was presented here today.
I believe it included every single one of the videos that we just played. And I think it also included the inspection reports, other than the most recent inspection reports.
How long would you say you've been trying to report these crimes to local authorities?
It is now well over 6 years, because the publication occurred in May of 2018, and we have spent 6 years trying to get someone to even investigate Ridglan Farms.
Are you aware of any other parties or individuals raising complaints or contacting local authorities about the cruelty at Ridglan Farms to report it?
Yeah, after the investigation broke, there were a number of local partners who very quickly stepped up, including Game for Dogs, Alliance for Animals, two local organizations that work on animal cruelty issues. There have been multiple other organizations, including, somewhat surprised to me, the Dane County Humane Society and the Wisconsin Federated Humane Society, which is the entity that includes all the humane societies across the state of Wisconsin, indicating that they believe that there is animal cruelty unfolding at Ridglan Farms. And we actually just obtained, through an Open Records Act request in the last couple of days, a record of, I believe it is 983 separate emails that were sent to the DA's office, encouraging them to even just look into Ridglan Farms. Now, a lot of these were due to publicity and campaigning that was done, but this goes back years of, literally hundreds of entities, including not just out-of-state parties, but very, I think, reputable and prominent local animal welfare organizations like the Humane Society in Dane County, indicating that cruelty charges are at least worth investigating, if not actually bringing a criminal complaint on.
You say
983 is my recollection. I could be off by a number too, it's just what I recall. So it was ballpark, about 1,000. And I should say, I'm not aware of any response to any of these inquiries by any party to the sheriff or the DA's office in regard to concerns about animal cruelty.
You indicated earlier that some animals were removed from Ridglan Farms by you and your team when you were there in 2017, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
I want to show another video. It's going to be Exhibit 21. After you watch it, can you tell us if you know what this is?
Yes, this is video footage that one of my team members shot, but I was present in the apartment when we were giving these animals aftercare because the 3 dogs we removed all had various maladies. And the thing that all 3 of them shared was foot injuries of various sorts, like pink inflamed feet and some sensitivity in their gait. Not dissimilar to what we saw in the inspection report of a dog lifting their paw up, or that we saw in the video footage that we demonstrated earlier of a dog kind of gingerly walking and holding their paws up. And this is just medical care we were providing to the dogs, antibiotic wipes that was prescribed by a veterinarian after we rushed them to a veterinarian immediately after removal.
So what dog is this depicted in this video?
This is the dog we named Anna, and actually was just hanging on for a couple days ago.
When approximately would this video have been taken?
This was shot, I believe, within 48 hours of Anna's removal from Ridglan Farms.
Your Honor, actually,
Exhibit 22, Mark.
We have exhibit 22 displayed on the screen and I'm handing it to you. Can you tell us what it is?
Yeah, this is a vet record from Family Pet Animal Hospital in Chicago. This is actually my personal vet for my dogs and cats. And this is a record for Anna that that just shows kind of the treatment we provided to her for her foot condition.
Your Honor, I'd ask that exhibit 22 be admitted in evidence.
I'll receive it.
Then we have another video, which would be exhibit 23 to show.
It's very confusing, isn't it? But you got food right next to you. Want to eat some of it? I know, it's very confusing. You have solid ground underneath you. She doesn't understand solid ground.
what does this video depict?
So that is my voice, and this is video footage that I shot, and this is Julie, the beagle we saw spinning with inflamed pink feet, and who we subsequently determined was blind, and this was not noted in any way on her cage card. And you can see just the posture, the trauma she's gone through, and unfamiliarity with just even the experience of having solid ground. And you know, she was exhibiting a lot of sensitivity in the way she was walking, and also just a lot of what appeared to me fear.
When approximately would this video have been taken?
This is shot, I don't know the exact date, but it was shot, I know from the backdrop, the flooring, and just my recollection of this particular scene, which was a vivid scene for me to recall. It was shot in the week after she was rescued in an apartment in Chicago.
The next video that we'll show is exhibit 24.
How you doing? You get you some food. Get some food coming, baby. You get some food coming. Oh yes. Yeah.
What does this video depict?
So this is the backyard of the same apartment approximately 1 week after Julie was rescued. And it shows just her posture, and she wasn't always this way, but this was more or less her typical state for weeks, in the sense that her posture was just not quite right. She'd be crawling and exhibiting some sort of suffering with it in relation to her feet. And there's a point, I don't actually remember the exact second, but I just remember this video showing it, where you can see the bottom of her paw and how pink it is. So all 3 of the dogs were treated with various forms of antibiotics to ensure their foot infections would be treated, because they all seem to be suffering from foot injuries of various sorts. You can see like the pinkness on her paw. I think the color on the screen is not the best, but there's pinkness on her paw, and also just the behavioral response to the pain she was feeling in her feet. It's just particularly notable to me because when she was in the cage and distressed, especially when we were leaving, despite the fact when we took her out, she was often experiencing a lot of, what appeared to me, and I think what the vet said was pain. She was spinning very vigorously on extremely hard wire because of the fear and stress she was feeling inside her cage.
Approximately when was this video taken?
This would have been a week or so after April 17, 2017, within the first week.
You mentioned, I think, that you saw Anna recently. Have you seen Julie or kept up with her?
Yeah, all 3 of the dogs have been placed in happy homes, and I've stayed in touch with them as much as I can. And yeah, Julie has made enormous progress, and even now, 7 years after her removal, she still experiences pretty intense episodes of trauma, including spinning. It's kind of a stress response. So anytime Julie meets a new person, even hears a strange sound, especially since she's blind, when she hears an unusual sound, she'll immediately start spinning. And she always spins to her right, in exactly the same way you saw her spinning in the cage. So it's been deeply ingrained into her behavior and her brain that, you know, the world is a fearful place, and the only way for me to respond to that is to spin.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive which contains all the videos. It should be exhibits 6 through 13, 20, 21, 23, and 24. So I will provide that to your clerk.
Thank you.
And I would move to admit those exhibits 6 through 13, 20, 21, 23, and 24 into evidence.
I will receive them with the note for you that we need the transcript for 20, 23, and 24.
Thank you. Mr. Hsiung, is there anything that I didn't ask you today that you believe should be mentioned?
Just the suffering that we observed on that day kind of shook all of us, especially just being there with Julie while she was spinning. And there's just, you know, even vicariously, this feeling of desperation when you see an animal in that state, so frantic. And afterwards, in the weeks afterwards, and even in the years afterwards, every time I see her experience a stress response, that feeling comes back. And that's just me vicariously experiencing suffering, just observing another being suffering. And under the law, under the basic tenets of human compassion, no animal should experience anything like this, anywhere, ever.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hsiung. Can you step down? I don't know how long your next witness will be. This might be a good time just to take our lunch break a little early and come back, or I usually break at noon, so leave it to you how you want to proceed. If you want to do 20 minutes and come back, that's fine too.
I think the next witness will take about 20 minutes, so
Okay.
hopefully we can do 2 minutes.
And please call your next witness.
I'd like to call Scott Gilbertson.
Scott Gilbertson.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You might want to remove your microphone, Attorney Hsiung, because they'll pick up what if you're talking at your table as well, I imagine. You may proceed.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Scott Gilbertson, SCOTT Gilbertson.
Mr. Gilbertson, what's your relationship to Ridglan Farms?
I'm a former employee.
Why did you take a job with Ridglan Farms?
As a result of the 2017 investigation, it seemed like nothing had been done, so I wanted to see for myself if anything had changed.
Can you share a little bit about your history as an animal advocate?
So when I was a kid, I had a dog who was very special to me. She had ran up to my doorstep and we took her in. And we had found out later that she had been abused pretty badly by her previous owner. So my dog Angel, she kind of inspired me to be an activist, and I later on found about animals on farms and started doing more broad animal advocacy.
And was that with a number of different animal advocacy groups?
Yeah, PETA, DXC, and the SAVE movement, to name a few.
To clarify, DXC is also known as Direct Action Everywhere?
Yes.
When did you work at Ridglan Farms?
From December of 2021 to January of 2022.
And what were your responsibilities as an employee?
My daily duties mainly consisted of cleaning the cages and spraying the floors. It was a pretty large building that I worked in, so that took up the majority of my day.
I want to ask some general questions about Ridglan. Ridglan breeds dogs for sale and also experiments on some dogs, is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever work with dogs who were being experimented on?
No.
So you worked only with the dogs being bred for sale?
Correct.
And those two groups of dogs, they're housed separately?
Yes.
Could you describe the building that you worked in?
So it was a very large shed with about 5 aisles. The majority of it being group housing that held dogs in cages of maybe 8 to 12 dogs. And then there was a back portion, maybe a quarter of the building, that was dogs that were being ready to be shipped out for sale.
And if I were to walk into this building, what would I hear?
It would be a very loud noise. We're recommended to wear hearing protection, and I always did. The very few times I didn't have it on for a second, it was almost deafening.
And if I walked into this building, what would I smell?
It's a very pungent smell that you kind of get used to after you work there for a bit, but a lot of it's feces that might be cleaning up, and the building kind of smelled of that.
Just ballpark figures, roughly how many dogs would you estimate were in the building?
I would say over 500.
And how many staff were responsible for all these dogs?
Only a handful. I was the primary person, kind of looking out for things in the cages. I was kind of instructed on what to look for. Certain dogs look injured or anything like that, but mainly I was just going down to clean the cages. We would occasionally have 1 to 2 other employees that would be checking in.
So it's fair to say, typically it was just you for the 500 dogs, occasionally 1 or 2 other people?
Correct.
Did the dogs have any toys or what might be called enrichment in their cages?
They had these small PVC pipes that were kind of supposed to be chew toys, but they would often get stuck around their necks, and we'd have to wiggle them out of it.
And they had no other enrichment other than these PVC toys that they get their head stuck in?
Correct.
Were the dogs ever taken on walks?
No.
Did they ever go outside?
No.
Were they ever let out of the cages at all?
Only to be moved to the back portion where they'd be shipped out.
So they were only ever let out to move from one cage to a different cage?
Right.
And how big were the cages in this building?
For the group housing, it was about 8 to 12 feet, the cages, and the back portion where they're being shipped out was 1 to 2 dogs, and the cages were about 2 to 4 feet.
So to clarify, in the 2x4 cages, it was either singly or in pairs?
Correct.
And what was the flooring like in these small 2x4 cages?
Was wire flooring that appeared to be old and rusty in some spots.
Why wire flooring?
I assume it was because it's easiest to clean for spraying.
Is it because it is that feces can fall through the holes? Is that right?
Yes,
And did the feces always fall through?
not always.
And what would happen if it didn't fall through?
Occasionally it would get on the dogs and we would try to I would try to spray them, I guess, to clean them off a little bit.
You may have already mentioned this, but what was the condition of this wire flooring?
It appeared to be old with holes in it and rust in some spots.
Did you ever see dogs with foot issues?
Yes.
Could you elaborate? Could you describe those foot issues?
So as I was saying, one of my coworkers would kind of point things out to me initially, and she told me, if you see a dog laying down for long periods of time, they're likely, dealing with a foot injury, and she would point them out and show me their paw, and it was inflamed.
When you say inflamed, can you describe that just a little bit?
Yeah, it appeared to be swollen, or you could tell they just didn't want to put much weight on it.
Were you aware of Ridlgan ever changing the flooring to help with these foot issues?
No.
Now I want to ask you about some of the behaviors you saw the dogs engage in. Did you ever see any dogs fighting?
Yes.
Could you please describe that?
I would occasionally see multiple fights break out in the same cage, but usually it was kind of one dog being singled out and picked on repeatedly. I was told to kind of spray at them to break it up.
Did Ridglan ever separate the dogs or do anything long-term to prevent fighting?
No.
And why not?
I assume it just wasn't like a priority for them.
And how frequently did you see fights?
On a daily basis.
Did you ever see dogs spinning in their cages?
Yes.
Could you please describe that?
The spinning in cages was primarily in the back portion where they were housed in cages of 1 to 2 dogs. They'd be in there for up to 2 to 3 weeks at times waiting for a shipment, so they would kind of start to show signs of negligence and just isolation, I guess.
And concretely, what did that look like? What did the dogs actually do?
They would be pacing back and forth, or they would just be laying down, kind of looking depressed.
And how common was it to see dogs engaging in these strange behaviors?
On a daily basis as well.
Were you involved in any surgical procedures at Ridglan?
Yes.
And did this include so-called cherry eye removal surgery?
Yes.
In your experience, what did cherry eye removal surgery at Ridglan entail?
I was told to hold the dog, and I would hold them as tight as I could so they wouldn't wiggle around. And Leah, one of my coworkers, would take a scissors and also kind of hold the dog down and cut at the eye. And immediately afterwards, the dog would be thrashing around in pain, often yelping, crying out. And then we would just put it back into the cage.
And is the reason you had to hold them down because they would thrash and yelp?
Yes.
Was anesthesia ever used in these procedures?
No.
Was there any blood control?
No.
Was there a lot of blood in these procedures?
Yes.
Could you just describe that a little bit?
There would usually be a puddle on the floor, a pretty good sized puddle.
Was any pain medication given to the dogs after these surgeries?
Not to my understanding.
And in your experience, who performed these cherry eye surgeries?
Her name is Leah Staley.
And to your knowledge, is Leah Staley a veterinarian?
No.
And why do you say that?
She had made a comment to me indicating that she wasn't a veterinarian, but she should be to operate the procedure.
And how common were these cherry eye surgeries?
Almost on a daily basis. I wouldn't say quite a daily basis, but she had a whiteboard with all the cages marked that needed a cherry eye surgery. And that whiteboard always had a list of cage numbers on it.
So to clarify, it's almost on a daily basis, you said?
Yes.
And in your estimation, were cherry eye surgeries a standard operating practice at Ridglan?
Yes.
And to clarify, Mr. Wilberson, do you have any veterinary training? Are you a veterinarian or a vet tech?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilberson, you may step down. Well, I assume you don't have a 10-minute witness. Maybe you do.
Another witness roughly this length, which I think turned out to be about 15 minutes, so I'm happy to break earlier or go ahead.
Well, if it's really 15 minutes, let's get another witness down before lunch.
All right, thanks. I'd like to call Matthew Reich.
Sorry?
Matthew Reich.
Do you swear or the testimony you're about to
Could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Matthew Reich, R-E-I-C-H.
What do you do for work, Mr. Reich?
I'm a cook.
And before your current job, were you employed by Ridglan Farms?
I was.
When were you employed at Ridglan Farms?
January 2006 until August of 2010.
And why did you take a job at Ridglan?
It was just to make, pay bills, make ends meet.
To clarify, did you take a job at Ridglan Farms because you were an animal activist or trying to do some kind of undercover investigation?
No,
So it's safe to say it was just an ordinary job to make ends meet.
it was.
And what were your responsibilities as an employee?
Cleaning, trying to maintain as much cleanliness as possible, dusting, whether it was hosing down waste, things like that. Overall cleanliness, I guess you'd say.
And I know Ridglan has multiple buildings. Which ones did you work in?
For the first 3 years, I was in the breeding barn. And then the last almost 2 years, it was in where the puppy adolescent dogs were.
Just in your rough estimation, how big would you say was that breeding barn in the first place you were in?
About as long as a football field, about. Maybe not quite as wide as one, but it was very large.
And just ballpark figures, how many dogs would you say were in the breeding barn?
Well, I was there approximately 800 in the breeding barn.
And were these adult dogs or puppies?
Adult.
And were they housed alone or in groups?
They were housed alone in a cage. They could see their, what I call cellmates, I guess. But they were in their own individual cage.
And how big were these cages?
The ones that the studs were in that was used for breeding were probably 4 by 4. The ones that the females were housed in were just enough to take a step and maybe just spin around, not very large.
And then you said you were also in a different barn for adolescent dogs. Were they housed singly or in groups?
For the younger ones, they were in a group of like the litter. The size of the litter would stay together in one group, and that was in a bigger cage, like 8 by 8.
And about how many dogs would be in one litter group?
Anywhere from 5 to 11, 12, something like that.
Was the flooring in both barns the same kind of flooring?
Yes.
And what kind of flooring was that?
It was a metal that was covered in some sort of a plastic, I guess you would call it plastic, like a hard plastic.
And what was the condition of that flooring?
It would break open at times and the metal would be exposed, and then it would sometimes rust, and have sharp edges on it.
And while you were an employee at Ridglan for roughly 5 years, did you ever see them replace these cages?
No, not that while I was there, maybe just routine maintenance on like the doors or something like that. But I never saw anything actually like fixed on the flooring.
Did you ever see dogs with foot issues from the flooring?
Yes, all the time.
Could you describe what those foot issues were like?
For the younger ones, you didn't really see too much, but the adult ones, they would get these almost like it was a sore that was kind of on the top of their foot in between the toes, and it would spread the toes apart. I had seen ones roughly the size of a golf ball even. Sometimes they would be, vary in size, but it was very common to see that.
And how frequently did you see these injuries?
Any day you could go in there and find a few.
And given these injuries, were the dogs ever given different flooring if they had paw issues?
No.
I want to ask about some of the behaviors you saw the dogs engage in. Did you ever see dogs sitting in their cages?
Yes, every day.
And could you just describe what that looked like?
So as you entered the barn, like the breeding barn, they would start to, kind of start to make noise, and it would kind of echo down the hall as they all were alerted. And certain ones would sit no matter what was going on in the barn if they saw someone. Others might start to do that if they were being engaged with directly, or they would cower. But it was a daily occurrence.
You said that it happened daily?
Yeah, there were certain ones that would do it no matter what every day, but there were other ones that if there was agitation or something going on, then they might get more anxious and start to do it as well.
And while working there, did you ever see any injured or dead dogs?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
Well, there's two very specific ones that kind of are burned into my memory, I guess you would say. I only went into the upper barn that housed the older dogs. Every third weekend I would, go in there and do a wellness check, make sure they're fed and the water was working. And one of the duties was to make sure there was no dead dogs in there. And unfortunately, one of the weekends there was, and it was laying on its side, and it was obviously dead, but I couldn't see at the time what was the injury or what caused it. The rest of the dogs that were in that cage kind of grouped in the corner, and then I was supposed to put them in some type of bag. I don't know exactly what it was made out of, but like a garbage bag type situation, but a little bit more hefty, and I was supposed to put them in the freezer that they had. As I went into the cage, I went to go grab it to drag it closer to the door, because it was probably a 60-pound, male. And as I went to go grab it, my hand went into its chest cavity, which was what I can only figure eaten away by the other dogs, because there were ribs missing, there were organs missing. It was, I don't really remember what happened after that. I kind of collapsed to the floor and had an anxiety panic attack, and I must have regrouped myself. I honestly don't remember anything after that for that day, but there was no one else there at the time. So the other specific one was in the breeding barn. There were rooms in the hallway that were where the females were giving birth, and they would stay in there for a couple weeks until they were weaned. And on occasion, there would be dead puppies, which was an act of maybe the mother even killing their own puppy or just it not surviving. And the guy that I worked with, his name was Al Olson, he was there as well. He had a bag outside one of the doors that must have had some dead puppies in it. And then I saw it move. And he came out the door and I asked him, did you know that there's one in there still alive? And he very carelessly said, it's not gonna make it. And I couldn't understand why it wasn't euthanized to end its suffering. It was just a very callous situation and something that has bothered me since. And of course, there were other occasions of dead animals, dead dogs, but those are the two that really stick out in my mind.
I want to shift gears and ask about some of the surgeries at Ridglan. Were you involved in any surgical procedures at Ridglan?
Yes.
In particular, did you participate in so-called cherry eye surgeries at Ridglan?
Yes.
In your experience, what did cherry eye surgery entail?
Well, basically, there would be a gland that would pop up on the lower part of the eye, and on occasion it would be just like a little slit that you could barely see. Other days it would pop out and be very significant, and I would alert them of that. I would hold I'm left-handed, so I would hold the dog in my right, the body of the dog in my right arm, and I had to close my hand around the snout of the dog because I didn't want, you might get bit, because literally all they did was take a tweezers, pull it up, and take a scissors and cut it. And that was the extent of the surgery. So that was pretty common. That's how they always dealt with it. And it was a common occurrence. I don't know if it's more of a beagle trait or not, but yes, it was very common though.
And is the reason you held the beagle because the dog would thrash and yelp?
Yeah, I mean, there's if you went to try to do that to a dog with no one holding it, there's just no way you could, because you had to grab it with the tweezers apparently, and it was shocking the first time I had to participate in that.
And do you recall, was anesthesia ever given to these dogs before the procedure?
No,
And was any pain relief given to them afterwards?
no, not that I saw.
And was there any blood control done during?
No, it would bleed profusely for several minutes. Sometimes it would start pouring out of my hand even before I let go of the dog. And it would bleed quite a bit, but a lot of times they just naturally would go to the side of their cage where their neighbor was, and the other dog would lick the blood off for them. It was very graphic scene when they would do one of these cherry eye surgeries.
And who generally conducted these cherry eye surgeries?
Mostly Jim Hildebrand.
You say mostly, was another person also conducted them?
The times that he did was Al Olson.
Did you ever personally witness Rick Van Bommelen, the chief veterinarian at Ridglan, conduct one of these?
I can't 100% say yes, but he was the overseer, but I don't remember if he specifically did, but I believe so.
Did you personally ever witness him doing one of them?
No, I don't think so.
And how frequent were these cherry eye surgeries?
It was very frequent. Maybe if there was just one, they would wait till the next day if there was a couple, but it was on a daily occurrence that you would see one of these dogs with a gland pop up. So whether it was dealt with immediately, it usually was. But it was a very often occurrence on the daily, basically.
And in your estimation, was this an ongoing practice of conducting cherry eye surgeries at Ridglan Farms?
While I was there, it was, yes.
I'll ask about another surgical procedure. Did you ever participate in devocalization surgeries at Ridglan?
Yes, I would hold the dog for that.
And in your experience, what did these devocalization surgeries entail?
Basically, they would go through through and they would do 30 to 40 of them at a time. Basically like the batch of dogs that, once they got to an adolescent age, they'd be moved into the breeding barn. And as they came up, they would devocalize them. So they would start at the beginning of the cage and give to them what I'm not a vet, but I believe was some sort of a paralytic type agent that would render them immobile. They seemed to be awake, but they couldn't move. By the time those kicked in, they started at the beginning. I would hold the dogs, and between Jim and Al, one would hold a flashlight, the other used some sort of a opening thing to keep the mouth open, and then they would just reach down the throat with the scissors and just cut the vocal cords, and then just kind of throw it on the floor to be washed down the drain later.
And do you recall was anesthesia used in these surgeries?
The only drug I ever saw was the one that would render them immobile.
Was any pain relief provided to the dogs afterward?
No.
And who conducted these devocalization surgeries?
Al Olson and Jim Hildebrand.
And who? Sorry.
Jim Hildebrand.
And how frequent were they?
I would say every 3-4 months as the puppies would grow old enough to be, when they were brought up to the breeding barn, they weren't necessarily bred immediately. It might take a month or 2 or even 3. But as they were brought up, that's what they did. That was the regular procedure.
So to clarify, every few months, about 30 or 40 dogs at a time?
Yes.
And in your estimation, was it ongoing practice at Ridglan to conduct devocalization surgeries?
Yes.
Just a final question. Why did you testify today?
The main reason was it's the right thing to do. This kind of thing has been going on, I know there specifically for 60 years. And it's just, I feel that with the technology we have now, there's got to be a better way to go about not using them for research purposes. And honestly, it's been almost 20 years now since I took the job. It still haunts me every day. I honestly had to do this for myself as well as giving the dogs a voice, but I needed it for myself as well to try to move on from what I saw. I'm embarrassed that I participated in these things, but it was, just a job at the time and I was trying to make ends meet. So I just wanted to maybe try to give back to those animals that I saw suffer and possibly prevent others from going through that.
Thank you, Mr. Reich. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reich. Can we step down? At this time, we're going to take our lunch break. Please be back here at 1:10 to resume. We are adjourned.
We have a panel, that's all. Want to give everybody an opportunity. I want to start with Diana. You have one of these arrested by the accident. I don't know if the dog is there with you right now. Please unmute yourself and tell us your reaction to what you just heard.
When did the judge say that the court would resume? What time? 1:10. 1:10.
You know what?
Yes.
We're gonna do something else, but you're not exit I'm local counsel. He's not as, he's been admitted. So he doesn't have a state bar.
Okay, if I need to email the prosecution people, you should, yeah. Okay.
We just want these dogs to not suffer. There's just so much evidence, 2 decades of evidence of dogs traumatized in cages, dogs limping, horrible foot injuries, and dogs even being surgically mutilated without painkillers. And this is all a violation of Wisconsin law. It's clear it is, which is why the company has made such an effort to stop this hearing from even happening. And I'm just really grateful that we finally got a chance to go back to the dogs.
Quite often don't get covered. And if they do, they don't get the kind of stuff.
I think it's the right decision to not this judge is a fair judge. Yes, I think this case very clearly has not just probable cause, but proof beyond a doubt. Also, yeah, I think the public has the right to know. This is a country of animal lovers. We don't want to see dogs trapped and traumatized. We don't want to see dogs surgically mutilated without anesthesia. And people hear about this want it to be stopped. And that's what a democracy is for the rule of law, for the will of the people to be enacted by government officials. And I hope that happens.
Thank you. I'll give you a business card. For sure. Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. What was your name? Pat. Thank you so much, Kyle. And should I, if I were to tell our clients where to look for this, is going to be Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Do you have any thoughts on what you've written this morning? First myself.
Let's take a risk. We can pop in and get some sound from Wayne. There he is. There's
For sure. Yeah, thank you. Yes, for sure.
Wayne, do you want to share anything with Unchained TV?
Yeah, let me just send a message out real quick.
Okay.
history in the making. We're bringing you this live, just like you would get on CNN or Court TV, live coverage of what I think will go down in history. I do believe this is history making as a case where really all the details have come out in an open court. And by the way, we want to say that anything the whistleblower or anybody else said, we invite the other side on. Go ahead, Wayne. How do you think it's going?
You know, it's a weird thing to say that it's going well, because we just heard some things that are, straight out of a horror movie, like a puppy being thrown into a freezer bag who's still alive, a dog who's apparently been torn to pieces and left in a cage, and this poor worker has to come to work and clean up the company's mess, and so many hundreds, thousands of dogs over the years who've been subjected to surgical mutilation. But it's not even just the physical stuff. Like the thing that really bothered me and left me feeling, there are these times when you see someone who's hurting and like there's a little hole in your heart, and sometimes you have difficulty breathing because you're seeing something and you're almost experiencing it vicariously. And when you see these dogs spinning in a cage, so psychotic that even though their feet are inflamed, sometimes have a lesion on them and are hurting them immensely,
that they're spinning almost like a little tornado in their cage because they're scared and they have no way out. Yeah, it affects you. So,
And, you were actually charged with felonies. They dropped the case at the 11th hour. You believe it's because they didn't want all of this to come out. Now that it's come out in this new form, as you seek a special prosecutor, what do you think the public reaction is? How is it changing, let's say, the culture either locally or nationally?
yeah, so I actually just talked to a journalist who told me he was shocked by what he heard today. I've spoken to so many other journalists, members of the media, even prosecutors. My good friend Bonnie Clapper, who's a remarkable attorney and has busted organized crime syndicates, murders. She literally had an organized crime syndicate put out a hit for her. She's seen so much violence in her life. And Bonnie, who's experienced and observed so much cruelty in this world, she was horrified when she heard about this and just at the point of nearly being in tears. So I think things are turning around. I mean, so much of what allows these industries to continue is a lack of transparency, is the fact that it's happening behind closed doors. And today's hearing is part of our effort to change that. And I think it is going to sway the public against not just the use of dogs in research, but animal experimentation at large.
In one very other, and I know you have to go, so last question, in one very other large case, the facility was ultimately shut down and the dogs were distributed to shelters and rescue groups that put them in good homes. Do you see anything like that potentially happening here?
Should happen. We just say a couple things about Ridglan versus Envigo. Envigo was an awful place, disgusting things happening. Dogs living on wire their entire lives, dogs suffering from neglect, like just weird stuff happening in Envigo. Like they starved the mother dogs after they took their babies away because they had this strange, non-evidence-based theory that if you starve the dogs, they won't get a condition called mastitis that is a result of milk overproduction when you take their babies away. But even in Envigo, the dogs actually got access to the outdoors. You can see even from the investigative footage that PETA shot, you're seeing dogs in kennels. They have access to sunlight, fresh air. The dogs were not subjected to surgical mutilation without painkillers. There's no evidence that in Envigo, even though it was shut down by the federal government as an animal abuser, that dogs were pinned down and had a piece of their eye torn off by a non-veterinarian, or had their vocal cords ripped out by a non-veterinarian. And you certainly didn't hear about live puppies being thrown into freezer packs. So if Envigo is cruel, then Ridglan, a place where dogs are confined alone in 2x4 cages, where dogs are being subjected to surgical mutilation, where you do see puppies thrown into freezer bags, just disposed of because they're too weak and the company just doesn't have the time or money or concern to even euthanize an animal before you throw them into a freezer bag where they're going to be frozen and probably thrown into some sort of biosecurity landfill. If Envigo is too cruel to operate, then what does that say about Ridglan that is even worse? So to me, the evidence is overwhelming and clear that this place is cruel to animals and needs to be shut down.
And so we have this hearing only halfway through. Do you expect the judge to make a decision today? How is this going to play out?
We don't know. The judge is certainly entitled to make a decision based on the evidence she hears. And if I were the judge, I would say, you supplied so much evidence. This is very clear. Probable cause is the burden we have to meet, and that's not a very high burden. Having said that, I know this is a thoughtful judge. This is a deliberative judge. This is an impartial judge who tries to look at the facts and the law and apply the facts to the law. And I can imagine her wanting to take some time to process, review the exhibits we've introduced and admitted, and draft a written opinion justifying what she's done. I think that is especially true given how powerful the biomedical industry is. 10 of the top 20 employers in this county are part of the biomedical industry. Some of the largest employers, like the University of Wisconsin and Covance, they buy, in some cases in recent years, the last couple of decades, they've bought hundreds of dogs from Ridglan. They are experimenting on dogs. So this is their business. This is their brand at stake. And given the amount of political influence by some of these large corporations or institutions, I can see her wanting to be very exhaustive and detailed in whatever opinion she makes. I hope and I think she'll make the right one, but I imagine she's going to want to cross all her T's and dot all her I's. So if I had to guess, I would guess the decision comes out sometime in the next couple of weeks and not today.
And there seems to be nobody on the other side. Usually when you go into a court, there's the defense and the prosecution, or the plaintiffs and the defendants. It was just your side and the judge.
Yeah.
Can you explain why? Because people were very curious about that.
Yeah, so Ridglan's attorney actually was sitting in the gallery. He's an attorney at one of the largest law firms in Wisconsin, probably the most influential law firm in Wisconsin. And unlike last time we were in court in person, the district attorney himself didn't show up. Last time he showed up and he sat away from all the other members of the public, right next to Ridglan's attorneys. And I think last time they had 2 attorneys, this time they have 1 person present. But the reason they're not getting a chance to cross-examine is because this is a preliminary proceeding called a special prosecutor petition, where we have not actually filed a criminal complaint. The government hasn't actually brought criminal charges yet. We're just exploring whether there's sufficient evidence for a criminal complaint to be filed. And that threshold is a threshold called probable cause. It's a very low threshold. We think we far exceeded it, because oftentimes in a preliminary hearing of this sort, all that will happen is an officer will come up, read a report. Sometimes it's not even a report that he's written, alleging some basic facts suggesting a crime has been committed, and a judge will find probable cause has been met and a criminal complaint is appropriate. So we're being 1,000 times more exhaustive than a typical DA, because we know there is so much on the other side, so many powerful forces, including multi-billion-dollar companies and multi-billion-dollar institutions like the University of Wisconsin. But at this stage in the proceeding, Ridglan does not get to cross-examine the witness. When we get to the next stage, which we're hopeful we will, and legally we should, that is when you will hear Ridglan's attorneys cross-examining witnesses and trying to contradict some of the evidence we presented in court.
Well, Wayne, I know you have to grab lunch, and I know that Joe, who is the videographer, who's doing an excellent job both outside the court and inside the courtroom, needs to charge that phone so that when court resumes, we have a full battery. So we're going to let you guys go for the time being. And please mention to Joe, obviously, that we're going to resume that feed the second that court gets underway. Thank you so much, Wayne, for taking the time.
Thank you.
On what is obviously a beyond busy day. And we'll see you on the other side of this lunch break.
Yeah, and I encourage everyone to reach out to Governor Tony Evers. He's a good guy, I think, he cares about animals, and ask him to support this, because having someone as powerful and influential as a governor say we need to protect these dogs could influence especially the regulatory agency that technically is under his supervision to do the right thing. And that's one of the many ways we can get to the point where these dogs are protected under law. So.
And that's through the Simple Heart, correct? You can go to the Simple Heart and
simpleheart.org/Ridglan, simpleheart.org/Ridglan, or they can just go to my personal Instagram page. I think our team just posted, did we just post a video?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, I think we posted a video. We posted recent videos that are all about the same campaign. We're just reaching out to the governor and asking him to ask the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection to do the right thing and enforce the law to protect these dogs.
Okay, thank you, Wayne Hsiung. Amazing. Thank you for stopping, and I'm posting that right now, and we're going to put that up. Thank you very much, and Joe, thank you. We'll join you in a few minutes when court gets underway again.
Great, thanks, Shane.
Thank you for that.
For sure.
All right, so wow, I'm going to let them go because we want them to charge that battery. If you saw a glitch for a moment, it was as part of Joe, who is doing the camera work, great camera work, in order for the audio not to be in court, because obviously they throw it right out of the courtroom if you could hear the audio. He's using an earphone for to hear the audio, and so it doesn't get out in open court on the phone. But then that's the same portal where you charge the phone. So at a certain point, we have to stop so we can charge the phone. So that was what was happening there, where we lost audio for a second. But we do hope he takes Joe, if you're listening, go charge your phone so we can have it when the court resumes. Tiffany, you've been in this really as
Thanks.
Yes, you know why? Because every one of these laws. Yeah. They're here
Beckhoff.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mark Beckhoff?
Hello?
Hello, is this Mark Beckhoff?
Hello?
Oh, I think I'm on mute. Is this Mark Beckhoff? Hello, Mark Beckhoff?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon, this is Judge Lanford. I'm calling from Dane County Circuit Court. You have been called as a witness in the matter of the filing of a complaint against Ridglan Farms. I'd like you to please raise your right hand so I can swear your testimony. Is it raised?
I'm doing. Yep.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Will you please state your full name for the record
Mark Beckhoff.
and spell your last name?
Bekoff like Frank.
Thank you. You may proceed and make sure to speak directly into the microphone, otherwise we won't be able to hear you.
Thank you.
Good. You bet.
What is your current profession?
I'm a professor emeritus of ecology and evolutionary biology at the University of Colorado Boulder. And I'm a professional writer. Yeah.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
Oh, God. Which capacity? The university?
Let's start with the university, yes.
Yes, I was at CU Boulder for 32 years.
Judge, is there any way to turn the volume up? I'm struggling.
So, I guess then, how long have you worked in the capacity as a writer?
Since 2000, oh gosh, probably 40 years. But full-time since August of 2006.
Can you describe for us your educational background that has allowed you to work in these professions that you mentioned?
Excuse me, excuse me. Yes, I have a PhD in animal behavior that I received in 1972 at Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri.
What other degrees do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree from Washington University and a master's degree from Hofstra University on Long Island.
Did you perform any field work, either through your education or ongoing work in academia?
Oh yeah, I've studied free-ranging and feral dogs, keep dogs in the field. I did an 8.5-year study of coyotes in Wyoming. And I studied Adelie penguins in Antarctica. And I studied wild birds in the foothills surrounding Boulder, Colorado, where I live.
What was your thesis on?
My PhD thesis was on the development of behavior in dogs, coyotes, and wolves, and dog-coyote and wolf-coyote hybrids.
Did you work with any particular types of dogs for that research and writing?
Yeah, beagles.
What would you say your focus has been with regard to your research?
Development of behavior, social organization, the
Just a
way
moment, I'm
animals.
sorry. Sure.
Yeah.
There's a ringing in the courtroom. All electronic devices that aren't being used for media purposes should be turned off. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Beckhoff. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, development of behavior, and then social organization and the way in which animals form social groups, why they disband and why they come back together again. That would be probably So I'm called an ethologist, who basically is a field researcher who studies animal behavior, but I focused on social behavior.
You mentioned that you're a writer. Are you published?
Yeah, I've published about 40 books, and I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but probably 1,000 articles at least, yeah.
Do you have any publications relating specifically to dogs and dog behavior?
Yeah, I published a few books. One is called Canine Confidential, Why Dogs Do What They Do. Another is called Unleashing Your Dog. And my latest one that came out in June of 2023 is called Dogs Demystified, an A to Z Guide to All Things Canine. So it's basically an encyclopedia of dog behavior.
Have you received any awards or accolades for your work?
Yeah, the American Dog Training Institute, I'm honestly not forgetting their name, I'm not remembering their exact name, but I was named like a champion by them. And I was awarded the St. Francis of Assisi Award by the New Zealand ASPCA. And I got a Guggenheim Fellowship years ago, and I'm a fellow of the Animal Behavior Society.
Would you consider yourself to have expertise in dog behavior?
I do.
On what basis?
Well, my research, my publications, many with university and academic presses. I hold the Exemplar Award as well from the Animal Behavior Society, and that's, they give one a year. So I was very happy with that. And my publications really, I think, speak for themselves in, refereed journals and with really excellent publishing houses.
Are you familiar with Ridglan Farms?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been to Ridglan Farms?
No, I have not.
Have you reviewed any documentation relating to Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, I read some material on the web. I watched some videos, and I guess that I read a report of their facility. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but yes, an inspection report. Yeah.
Were the videos that you reviewed provided to you by Hsiung?
Yes.
Were you able to form any opinions based upon your review of the reports, documents, and videos?
Yeah, I mean, the videos, reports and written language are really hard to interpret sometimes. I know that from being an academic and a voracious reader. The videos were pretty explicit. I mean, what I saw were dogs who were, in my opinion, extremely stressed, to the point where they were behaving in a very abnormal way. And if my dog, and I've lived with many dogs and been around thousands of dogs, if any of them were behaving that way, I would have immediately sought professional help for them, probably from a vet or a veterinary behaviorist.
Specifically, what abnormal behavior did you observe that was concerning to you?
The excessive spinning and barking were just, I'm not sure how to say it other than off scale, given the thousands of hours that I've watched dogs who I would consider behaving as dogs should behave.
So what opinions or conclusions were you able to draw about these dogs at Ridglan Farms?
That they were highly stressed, anxious, perhaps experiencing a lot of fear. Sometimes it's hard to, understand some of the behaviors, but barking in particular, I mean, it could have been a call for help, it could have been a call for attention. And when dogs spin and bark at the same time, which I've never seen at that level over decades of watching dogs, I would just consider it to be abnormal behavior that would reflect their being highly stressed, anxious. And, you know, in my area now, it's very common to use, you know, words that we might use for humans in terms of being excessively aroused and really highly stressed.
Generally, is any amount of spinning normal in dogs?
Well, dogs will spin and chase their tails, but it's usually, I mean, I've actually studied it. You know, it usually goes on for about 1 to maybe 5 seconds. Sometimes it seems like it's longer, but yeah, they'll spin to chase their tails. They'll spin around if they're, you try to bite a fly off their back. Sometimes they'll do it to get another dog to come over and play with them. But it really doesn't last very long. And their general demeanor is not one that expresses anything but being relaxed, actually.
So what is different about that than what you observed in the videos of the dogs at Ridglan Farms?
Well, the spinning that I observed for the dogs at Ridglan Farms was just simply excessive. I mean, it went on and on and on. And if it stopped, just the look of fear in the face or uncertainty, and accompanied often by the high-pitched barking. And so, you know, I can only imagine that they were stressed and they were picking up maybe, we call them stress pheromones, odors from other dogs, could be from people. And it was an excessively noisy environment, just once again, beyond what I've ever seen in kennels or humane societies or rescue centers. So there was just something going on that was really stressing them.
You mentioned vocalization and barking. What, you know, specifically about that was concerning you in the videos you observed from Ridglan Farms?
Just how long it went on and the volume, the amplitude. I mean, I know dogs bark and they bark a lot sometimes, but it just seemed very abnormal. It seemed to be a function of stress. And so many ethologists, and one of the things that I do when I study dogs and other animals is I look at their general behavior in addition to, say, just barking. So the barking and the twirling would combine, you know. If I were to be scientific, it wouldn't be additive, but they occur together, and each of them was occurring excessively, just way beyond anything I've ever seen in what I would consider to be a normal, relaxed dog.
Have you ever worked with or studied dogs who were vocalizing a lot, or did you ever research issues regarding that?
Well, dog vocalization would be part of my research. They whimper, they howl, they bark, they growl, they pant, and these are all sounds that other dogs can pick up, and certainly humans can pick up. So yeah, I mean, it's all just part of studying animals. You look at visual signals, you study auditory signals, and you also pay attention to odors, although I would not have necessarily smelled them, but you can bet that the dogs are picking up what we call pheromones or olfactory signals.
How does what you've seen in your research and studies compare to what you saw in the videos from Ridglan Farms?
Well, like I said, I've never seen the twirling and the barking at such a high level. The rate of it, the speed of the twirling, the stopping and the starting. I've never seen those, and I've probably spent thousands of hours watching dogs and their wild relatives, you know, particularly coyotes and wolves. And I've just never seen anything at that level. And the combination of the barking and the spinning was just way off scale. I just kind of saying it colloquially, but it was just more intense than I've ever seen.
What, if anything, does that tell you about the psychological condition of the dogs at Ridglan Farms?
I would say those dogs were extremely stressed and probably fearful. It's hard to separate the two without seeing, without really studying it. But I would use the word stressed and anxious, or the words stressed and anxious to describe their behavior.
Are you aware of the approximate number of dogs at Ridglan Farms?
I think it's around more than 3,000, give or take 3,000.
And are you aware of the number of staff employed and working at Ridglan Farms?
I'm not sure the exact number, but I think when I read one of the inspection reports, it was far fewer per dog. So it might be, one person for 200 dogs or something like that. Far less than I would have assumed it would have been.
Do you have any opinions about the ratio of staff at Ridglan to the number of dogs that are residing there?
Well, it's hard to say because I don't know I don't know the layout of the place, but they're in cages and the dogs are highly stressed, and I would have thought that they would have gotten extremely regular care, or at least somebody looking over them regularly, maybe one.
What impact do you believe it would have on a dog to be near other dogs and be experiencing these high levels of stress and anxiety?
Well, if they could see one another, they're definitely picking up visual signals. They could surely hear one another and smell one another. So just the combination of the olfactory and the auditory overload, if you will, would be stressful, because among the pheromones that dogs and their wild relatives put out, we call them stress pheromones. They indicate, a high level of stress for an individual dog.
Is your opinion that the dogs at Ridglan Farms are in poor psychological condition?
Yes, it is. That's what I was trying to get to before, that it's very common now for people to talk about the psychological state of non-human animals. So yeah, if it were one of my dogs or the dogs who came to my home regularly over decades, I would immediately have sought veterinary and there's a field veterinary behaviorists who are vets, but who also have had a very strong background in animal behavior.
What will happen if the dogs are maintained in that same environment that you observed at Ridglan Farms?
It depends on the individual dog, in all honesty, but it would be, it's hard to predict, other than they would just continually bark and spin and be stressed, which could have a strong negative effect on their physiology, just as it would in humans. Or sometimes they just give up. Dogs and other animals, I've seen it in wild animals, will get into a situation where it's just so overwhelming and so stressful, they just give up, as humans sometimes do. But it's going to have a continual deleterious effect on them until something happens that they can remove themselves from the situation that's bothering them so much.
You mentioned the dogs removing themselves from a situation. Is that an issue that you see would be impacting their psychological condition, whether they can remove themselves or not?
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the things that I've learned over the years for dogs and other animals is when they're able to get away from a situation that's causing them so much physical, psychological harm, they do. But dogs are, in cages are trapped. They've lost their freedoms to remove themselves from really negative situations or to approach, say, another dog or approach a person who can relieve them of their stress and anxiety. So yeah, I mean, these dogs are trapped in a cage.
What impact, if any, would poor sanitation have on the dogs residing at Ridglan Farms?
Well, it could have, it could cause disease, but the poor sanitation, would be strong odors from which dogs often try to get away from. So, I mean, I know people think dogs love the most disgusting smelling things in the world, but they will get away from things that disgust them. But it's hard to get away from olfactory or scent information because it's airborne. So it's there all the time even. And dogs' noses are works of art, as we say. They have very, very acute senses of smell. So even if we don't smell something, they could be picking up a real super stimulus that could be very, very disturbing to them if it has components of stress.
If a dog in normal psychological condition were placed at Ridglan Farms, based upon what you saw in the videos and reviewed in the documents, how would you anticipate that dog would act or behave?
Well, I think after a while, I mean, and once again, it depends on who the dog is, but they would definitely probably begin to, they would definitely show signs of stress. They could be pacing, they could be twirling, they could be just wrapping themselves up in a ball on the floor to get away from the stimuli. But they would definitely be picking up the auditory, the sounds and the smells. Once again, in terms of vision, it's hard to know because if they're alone in a cage, it's hard to know how much they can see outside of the cage.
Are the dogs at Ridglan Farms suffering?
Yeah, I believe that the dogs are physically suffering in terms of getting exercise, and they're psychologically suffering because they've lost what we call agency in the business. They've lost the freedom to move away from aversive situations. And so they're trapped. I mean, there's no other way to say it. They're just trapped in a space from which they can't exit voluntarily. Yeah.
Are the dogs at Ridglan Farms in pain?
I would say they're in pain. I can't assess the physical aspects of it other than they don't get a lot of exercise, and their muscles could atrophy and their joints could get stiff. They're in psychological pain. I believe they're in deep psychological pain.
Is it your opinion that the dogs at Ridglan Farms are psychologically disturbed? And if that's not the proper phrasing, please correct me.
Yeah, they're psychologically troubled, they're disturbed. Yeah, I could think that that's a fine way to put it.
Is the suffering and pain that the dogs at Ridglan Farms are enduring unnecessary and excessive?
In my humble opinion, they are. Yeah. I mean, I just don't understand. It's just hard for me to understand why anybody would want to keep dogs in that situation. So it would be unnecessary and definitely excessive. Yeah.
In your experience, have you observed traumatized or psychologically damaged dogs in other situations, not Ridglan Farms?
Yeah, I rescued a dog some years ago who had severe psychological problems, if you will. I don't know much about her. And it took a long time of, if you will, nurturing and love from us to bring her around into some semblance of normalcy. And on a few occasions when I've gone to shelters or rescue centers, I've seen behaviors like I've seen in the videos of Ridglan, but nothing at that level. And, you know, the people who work with these dogs will always tell you that in order for them to recoup, and you know, and some would be difficult, it would be difficult for them to recoup. It just takes a lot of tender loving care and trust, you know, finding a human or some humans who just give them all they need, just like you would for a human being.
Have you ever observed dogs more traumatized or psychologically damaged than the dogs you observed in the videos from Ridglan Farms?
No.
Are all of the opinions you provided today to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yep. Yes.
Is there anything that I didn't ask you and I didn't bring up that you think is important or should be addressed today?
No, I mean, I think you covered the gamut, you know, in terms of the, or the lack thereof of their physical and emotional, psychological well-being.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Beckhoff. I'll be hanging up the phone now, okay?
You bet. Thank you so much.
All right, your next witness.
Dr. Lowell Whitman.
Come forward to be sworn.
You swear to the testimony about the truth, the whole truth,
Your Honor, I don't think the screen is on.
All right, so you want the, well, actually, it says it is.
You just replug that, see if that's the case.
Well, here, let me shut that, let me just, well, if I turn it off my screen, oh, there, no, that's the Elmo.
Oh, there we go.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Lowell Whitman, Lowell Wickam.
What is your profession?
I am a veterinarian.
Are you currently working in that capacity?
Yes, I am.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
For 32 years.
Please describe your educational background that allows you to practice veterinary medicine.
I obtained my doctorate in veterinary medicine in 1992 after 7 years of study at the University of Wisconsin, Madison. How's that?
Since receiving your degree as a doctor of veterinary medicine, can you describe your training and experience in this area?
I've been a private practitioner of veterinary medicine in, I believe, 5 different veterinary clinics. I currently own a small animal practice.
What types of animals do you see at your current practice that you own?
I see dogs and cats. I am an accredited, nationally accredited veterinarian, category 1, and my doctorate in veterinary medicine.
What does the category 1 credential allow you to do?
The category 1 veterinarian is allowed to inspect and vouch for the health and safety and welfare of dogs and cats that are going to be moved around the country or internationally.
Are you licensed?
Yes,
Where?
I'm licensed in Wisconsin.
What does your current veterinary practice entail?
I provide preventative health care. I provide diagnostic and treatment to sick animals. I do soft tissue surgery when necessary on an emergency or routine basis. And I do health certificates as needed.
Through your training and experience working with dogs, are you familiar with devocalization and cherry eye surgeries?
Yes.
Are there ethical requirements surrounding surgical procedures for veterinarians in Wisconsin?
Yes, there are.
You're using the card or the computer? Sorry.
Dr. Whitman, and I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 25. It's also projected on the screen. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a chapter out of the veterinary code of Wisconsin pertaining to standards, practice, and professional conduct by veterinarians.
Is there anything specifically in this veterinary code through the state of Wisconsin regarding surgeries?
There certainly is.
What can you tell us about the requirements for professional conduct for veterinarians in Wisconsin regarding surgeries?
Well, to define surgery is in chapter 2, paragraph C. That is involving any procedure in which skin or tissue of the patient is penetrated or severed.
And what requirements exist for someone to perform a surgery?
Yes, failing to see exactly where that is now, but surgery is only allowed to be performed by a trained and licensed veterinarian.
Is that in section 1.44?
Correct.
So are there certain acts that veterinarians can delegate to other individuals that are not licensed veterinarians?
Yes, but not surgery.
Would devocalization and cherry eye procedures be considered surgical if performed by licensed veterinarians?
Yes.
Can devocalization and cherry eye procedures be performed by individuals if they're supervised by a licensed veterinarian?
No.
Why not?
As laid out in 1.44, that is not a delegatable procedure. It's not allowed.
Whether surgically performed by a licensed veterinarian or performed by some other individual, would performing devocalization without anesthesia comply with the normal and accepted veterinary practices in Wisconsin?
Absolutely not.
Whether surgically performed by a licensed vet or performed by some other individual, would performing devocalization without pain management aftercare comply with the normal and accepted veterinary practices in Wisconsin?
Absolutely not.
Whether surgically performed by a licensed veterinarian or performed by some other individual, would performing a cherry eye procedure without anesthesia comply with the normal and accepted veterinary practices in Wisconsin?
No, it would not.
whether surgically performed by a licensed veterinarian or performed by some other individual, would performing a cherry eye procedure without pain management aftercare comply with the normal and accepted veterinary practices in Wisconsin?
No, it would not.
Are you familiar with Ridglan Farms?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Ridglan Farms?
I'm not exactly remembering when I first heard of Ridglan Farms. I served as an advisor to a veterinary advisor to a small farm animal sanctuary. I had some acquaintances there who made me aware of that facility, and I was asked to come and testify here.
Have you ever been to Ridglan Farms?
No.
You've been in the courtroom throughout the proceedings today, correct?
Yes, I have.
So you observed the other witness testimony?
Yes.
In addition to that, have you reviewed any documentation or other information relating to Ridglan Farms?
I've reviewed everything that was presented today. I've also read articles on the internet about Ridglan Farms and looked at their website.
Specifically, did you review a written opinion or report by Dr. Schurston Rosenberg?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with Dr. Rosenberg's assessments as a veterinarian?
Completely.
Were you able to form any of your own opinions based upon the testimony and evidence you heard earlier today and anything you reviewed relating to Ridglan Farms?
As a veterinarian, I am deeply disturbed by what happens at Ridglan Farms.
Can you elaborate on that?
One of the credos that I live by as a veterinarian is to keep abreast of the most current veterinary standards, to care for animals, to provide them the care I would provide to my own, and above all, to do no harm. If I am in over my head when I'm seeing a patient, I will find an expert or a specialist to do what I can't.
Do you believe that the dogs at Ridglan Farms are receiving care that is within the minimum care required by veterinarians to provide in the state of Wisconsin?
No, I do not.
Specifically, what are you seeing that is below that minimum standard of care required?
I do not believe these animals, from a behavioral standpoint, are given adequate outlets for their energy. I believe they are traumatized. I believe they're housed poorly. That includes the footing, that includes the stench and the filth, and the ventilation, and the noise. I believe they're suffering immeasurably, physically and mentally. I have not seen in any of my study of this situation any evidence of veterinary care that rises to any level of minimum standard.
Does the fact that you have not personally been to Ridglan Farms have any impact on your opinions? What is a CVI?
CVI is a certificate of veterinary inspection.
And what does a certificate of veterinary inspection entail?
It is a document issued by a accredited veterinarian that identifies and certifies the health of individual animals that are listed on that document, and it is used to move animals around the country or internationally.
Is it required if an animal is going to be moved?
Yes.
Does that include sale of animals?
Yes.
What are the time requirements with regard to CVIs?
CVIs are issued for animals being moved. The certificate has to be completed within 10 days of an examination by the veterinarian in charge, and that certificate is good for 30 days after its issuance.
Have you personally completed CVIs?
Many times.
Are they time consuming?
They can be. I have to examine and identify each animal, verify their vaccination status and their health. So I have to perform a physical exam as well as fill out the paperwork.
Can CBIs and other regulatory requirements of veterinarians be delegated and then merely signed off on by a veterinarian?
No, that would not be proper.
Why not?
That is something specifically delegated to a accredited veterinarian.
Are you familiar with the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection?
Yes,
Does that organization maintain a list of licensed veterinarians and licensed veterinarian technicians?
yes,
Are you familiar with that list?
yes,
Is that list reliable and accurate?
to the best of my knowledge,
Is it publicly available?
yes,
Did you review that list within the past few days?
yes I did.
And does it contain a list of people who are currently licensed veterinarians or vet techs?
Yes,
Does it also contain a list of individuals who were previously licensed veterinarians and vet techs?
I believe it's broken down from 2011 to the present, and prior to 2011, those lists both exist.
When you reviewed that list maintained by the Department of Trade and Consumer Protection, did you find an individual by the name of Leah Staley on that list?
No, I did not.
Did you find an individual by the name of Al Olson on that list?
No, I did not.
Did you find an individual by the name of Jim Hiltbrand on that list?
No, I did not.
In your opinion, if you can say, how many veterinarians would be needed to adequately staff the amount of dogs at Ridglan Farms?
I would start by saying it doesn't matter how many veterinarians are required. All I know for certain is that there are not enough veterinarians there now.
What makes you say that?
The condition of the animals is inappropriate. The care of the animals is inappropriate. An adequately staffed, ethically correct facility would not allow that kind of care.
In your professional opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, are the dogs at Ridglan Farms suffering?
Yes.
What do you base that opinion on?
Well, we've all seen the videos. They're hard to watch. Listening to the testimony of some of the, yeah, those procedures aren't appropriate. Their care is not. The stench, the noise, they are suffering.
In your professional opinion, are the dogs at Ridglan Farms in pain?
Yes.
What do you base that opinion on?
The condition of their feet is just one part of the process. I noted in the videos the scars on their face, the looks in their eyes, their condition, the way that I watch those dogs walk on those grates. Essentially, they're just grates. I have worked with rescues before in my private practice where I've seen dogs come out of those types of facilities, and those poor dogs, they walk with their feet like this. They're spread out, their toes are wide because they don't know how to walk normally. They have to walk on a chicken wire, essentially. And that creates damage and pain. They lick then at their feet, they create lesions, the lesions get worse, and that is incredibly painful. And we saw it on the videos. And I don't see that they're getting appropriate care.
Are the conditions at Ridglan Farms consistent or inconsistent with normally accepted husbandry practices in the area for dogs?
Absolutely not. Very inconsistent with normal standards.
Are all of the opinions you provided today to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Is there anything that you think is important to mention that I didn't ask you or bring up?
Well, in the end, I think we are charged as caregivers for this dog population in general. I think the credo of do no harm should be the standard. That's my opinion.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa.
Thank you.
Next, we'll call Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg.
And Your Honor, while we're waiting for the next witness, I would ask that Exhibit 25 be admitted into evidence.
Oh, I see that.
Is it 25?
Yes.
Please come forward and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kirsten Rosenberg, Shersten, Rosenberg, Rosenberg.
What is your current employment?
I am the Chief Veterinarian and Executive Director at Happy Hen Animal Sanctuary.
What is Happy Hen Animal Sanctuary?
Happy Hen Animal Sanctuary is an animal shelter that takes in injured, dying, mistreated, abused animals, and we rehabilitate them and we provide them with lifelong care. And in addition to that, it's very important to make sure that the disabilities that the animals are suffering with don't end up leading to further suffering. So that requires a lot of maintenance.
I'm going to ask a couple of questions about your background. What is your educational background?
I graduated from Stanford University and then I went on to become a veterinarian at the UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine,
And when did you graduate from UC Davis?
1998.
And generally speaking, what is UC Davis's reputation and ranking among veterinary schools?
It varies from year to year, but most years it's ranked #1 by US News and World Report.
And what did you do after graduating from UC Davis?
After graduation, I went on to work at a veterinary hospital called Arroyo Animal Clinic, where I mainly treated dogs and cats.
Did you also have any experience with animal shelters during this time?
Yes, I did. I served on the board of directors of Humane Society Silicon Valley. And we were really on the ground floor of turning that shelter into a model animal shelter that met all of the guidelines of the American Association of Shelter Veterinarians.
And this shelter that you helped develop, was it a large shelter?
Yes, very large, one of the largest in the Bay Area. More than 6,200 animals go through there on an average year.
And what kinds of animals?
Many different species, but mainly dogs and cats.
You testified earlier that you're the chief veterinarian at Happy Hen. What does that entail? What does your role as chief veterinarian entail?
So obviously, I provide the basic veterinary care for all of the animals, and if any of the animals are, have any health issues, I take care of that. But as I kind of alluded to before, one of the big issues that we have so many animals that are compromised due to the conditions that they were in before they arrived at our sanctuary. And so many of them are disabled, unable to walk, maybe struggle to get to food and water. And so we have to be really vigilant and make sure that all of those animals get the individualized care that they need.
And in your current and prior capacities, has it been part of your expertise to assess whether practices cause unnecessary and excessive pain or suffering?
Absolutely.
Do you also have to assess whether practices are normal and accepted veterinary practices?
Yes.
And just roughly, how many animals would you say you've started or you've treated since starting Happy Hen?
It's been thousands of animals.
I want to ask a couple questions about your experience as an expert witness. Have you testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have. I've testified in a number of both judicial and legislative hearings and trials, as well as on the judicial side, civil and criminal cases.
Let's start with the legislative proceedings. Can you tell us a little bit about your expertise or your expert testimony in those proceedings?
Yes. One I would mention is I testified regarding Proposition 2 for State Assembly Member Abel Maldonado of California. There was a proposition that involved the welfare of animals in various confinement situations, and I testified about that. And also, on a number of occasions, I've testified for the Los Angeles Animal Services Commissioners regarding shelter dog welfare.
And could you elaborate a little bit about your expert testimony in judicial proceedings?
Yes, so I have testified in, I lost track at this point, but somewhere around 10 cases. And some of these, well, they all involved assessing animal welfare in various circumstances. And some of them were civil and some of them were criminal trials.
And does your expert testimony often relate to whether practices are causing unnecessary and excessive pain or suffering?
Yes.
And has your expert testimony also concerned whether practices are normal and accepted veterinary practices?
Yes, of course.
I just want to ask about how you maintain your ongoing expertise. Do you continue to review the relevant veterinary literature?
Yes, I do.
And have you consulted with lab animal experts at veterinary schools or other prominent institutions?
Yes, I have. On several occasions, I've consulted with the chief veterinarians at the laboratories of major institutions regarding certain animal welfare issues.
And does this include individuals working with dogs?
Yes.
And have you had consultations with people who have been high-level veterinarians at the USDA?
Yes, I have consulted with Pat Bazu. He is a former chief veterinarian with the USDA.
And these are leading scientists who work for government or for industry that you consult with, is that correct?
Correct.
They're not working on behalf of animal advocacy organizations?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move to qualify Dr. Rosenberg as an expert in veterinary medicine.
In Wisconsin, you do not have to do that.
Fair enough, okay. I'll move on then. Dr. Rosenberg, what evidence did you review in preparation for your expert testimony?
I reviewed photo and video footage from the Ridglan facility. I reviewed veterinary records. I reviewed a number of inspection reports from various years, going back to 2016 up until 2024. I reviewed declarations by two experts in the field of animal welfare behavior, Stacy Lepresti Goodman and Dr. Patricia McConnell, Dr. Goodman, I should say as well. And also I interviewed Scott Gilbertson. He's a former employee at Ridglan, and also I reviewed a sworn declaration of Matt Reich, also a former employee.
Just in general terms, what is your expert opinion of the treatment of animals at Ridglan?
So, in my opinion, the manner in which the dogs are housed and managed at Ridglan is causing systematic, unnecessary pain and suffering in these dogs. And this has been going on for many years now.
I'm going to ask you some more specific questions now. First, about surgeries at Ridglan. Is it a normal and accepted veterinary practice for non-veterinarians to perform surgery on animals?
Definitely not. The American College of Veterinary Surgeons and the AVMA, the American Veterinary Medical Association, both strongly discourage this practice or really forbid it. It's very dangerous.
And could you explain that? Why should non-vets not perform surgeries?
So veterinarians receive years of training in animal, in this case, dog anatomy, physiology, pathology, in medicine, and we are trained to be able to perform surgery and anesthesia, and we're able to assess and make difficult decisions if problems should arise. It's possible to train someone to do procedures by rote, kind of step by step sometimes. But when things go wrong, they don't have the training to deal with it. And very often with surgical procedures, you know, you get in there and you realize, oh, this dog's anatomy is a little bit different, and you need to be able to understand how things work in order to make life and death decisions. And so it's extremely dangerous and deadly to have non-veterinarians performing surgery on animals.
And does this prohibition on having non-vets perform surgeries also include so-called cherry eye removal surgery?
Yes.
Does it include devocalization surgery?
Yes.
What is cherry eye removal surgery?
So cherry eye removal surgery, well, let me back up. So we're talking about the third eyelid or the nictitating membrane gland of the dog's eye. It's the in the corner of the eye. And it's a very important, it has a very important function in the eye. It provides protection to the eye itself, as well as the gland produces tears. And that's very important for the normal functioning of the eye. Sometimes this gland will actually prolapse out of the eye, and it can become red and inflamed. And of course, there's a spectrum. Sometimes it's a mild case and sometimes it's really severe. When it's severe, it does look kind of like a cherry sticking out of the eye, and that's where it got the name cherry eye. Oh, nictitating, Nictitating.
Is cherry eye removal surgery a normal and accepted veterinary practice, even if done by a veterinarian?
No, it's not. Because the third eyelid gland is very important for, like I just said, the functioning of the eye. And without that gland, most dogs will go on to actually develop a very painful condition called keratoconjunctivitis sicca or dry eye later on.
So what would the proper response be if a dog has an irritated eye gland like this?
Well, it depends on the severity. In a lot of cases, surgery is not required because we can do medical management of these dogs. But in cases where it's severe, then what we do is we do a procedure where it's a very delicate procedure where a flap is cut.
Why should it be done like that?
So, and I just realized that there's another thing I didn't mention, which is there could be a time when it is required to remove the third eyelid gland, and that would be in a case where there was a tumor, like say an older dog that had cancer. Then you would need to possibly remove it just to save the dog's life, and you'd be willing to deal with the consequences of the dry eye. And back to the question about why a veterinarian needs to do it. I mean, the eye is a very delicate structure, and any error made during a surgery like that could potentially cause the dog to lose their vision, or even worse.
And in these extremely rare circumstances where eye removal is appropriate, would anesthesia be required?
Absolutely. The eye is a highly innervated organ of the body. So it's just exquisitely sensitive, and anesthesia is absolutely required so that the dog does not feel the pain of the procedure.
What do you mean by innervated?
Innervated meaning that there's a large supply of sensory nerves that lead from the eye to the brain, telling the dog when something traumatic is happening to the eye.
Will dogs experience unnecessary and excessive suffering if chair eye removal is done without anesthesia?
Yes. So one way to kind of explain it to us as humans is just how exquisitely sensitive the eye is, and just how sensitive it is, or the eye is, when just a small thing happens to the eye. Think about if you get an eyelash in your eye. It can just be so painful, or a little grain of sand. So I think we all just intuitively have that understanding of how sensitive and painful the eye can be. And so to just go ahead and cut off a piece of the eye without providing any type of pain control, that is really totally unnecessary, because anesthesia can be done, and definitely causes suffering.
What is hemostasis?
Hemostasis is a process of preventing bleeding during a surgical procedure.
And if you were to perform cherry eye removal surgery, would hemostasis be required?
Yes, and again, the only real reason to remove the nictitating membrane would be really if there was a tumor. There may be some other very rare case where it would be removed, but But yes, of course, hemostasis is always required, and it's important to keep in mind too that the eye, in addition to being well innervated, is also very well vascularized. And so you have a lot of blood vessels flowing into the eye, and any tiny nick even to any eye tissue is going to cause a great deal of bleeding. So hemostasis is absolutely necessary.
And would failure to use hemostasis cause unnecessary and excessive suffering or unjustifiable injury?
Yes, to not use hemostasis would cause excessive blood loss, unnecessary blood loss for the dog, and could even possibly lead to death.
And would you consider cherry eye removal surgery as performed at Ridglan without anesthesia, without aftercare or hemostasis, a mutilation?
Yes, I would, because it's being done by a non-veterinarian, and it is causing harm to the dogs. It's not benefiting the dogs. So by that definition, and also without anesthesia, it's definitely a mutilation.
What is devocalization surgery?
So let me just explain the anatomy of the vocal cords briefly. It's kind of a flap like this.
Can you say like this, can you describe what you're doing?
Yeah, so it's in the back of the throat, and basically there are two cords that are attached on top of two flaps that can open and close. And the function, it has multiple functions. One is to protect the airway from breathing in liquid or solids when we're eating. That flap closes so that we can't aspirate any of those materials down into our airways or lungs. Another function of the vocal cords is sound. Animals are able to pass air over the cords in a certain way to generate a sound. And so devocalization surgery is the process of actually going in and removing those cords that make the sound.
Based on the AVMA's guidelines, is devocalization surgery a normal and accepted veterinary practice?
The American Veterinary Medical Association strongly discourages devocalization surgery because of negative animal welfare implications.
What are those negative animal welfare implications?
So usually when a dog is barking, it's because they're trying to communicate something, either anxiety, stress, pain, boredom, these types of things. And this is sometimes their only way to communicate to us. And there are ways to deal with that by actually addressing the problem that the dog is experiencing. So, taking the dog outside for exercise, or giving the dog things to do, spending time socializing with the dog, these types of things, or addressing pain. If they're in physical pain, then we need to get out our analgesics and address their pain so they're not vocalizing due to pain. But to simply remove the vocal cords, for one thing, it's not totally effective. The animals can still make a hoarse raspy sound when they try to bark, and it is taking away their way to communicate.
Is there any significance to the fact that the AVMA has discouraged devocalization?
Yes, the AVMA is an extremely conservative organization, and it tends to want to preserve the rights of veterinarians to be able to practice as they deem appropriate. And so it's very rare for the AVMA to actually make any type of suggestion that there's a procedure that veterinarians should not do. So the fact that they are discouraging this procedure is actually highly significant.
If a non-veterinarian cut a dog's vocal cords, would you consider that a surgical procedure or mutilation?
A mutilation.
Why is that?
Because the dog needs their vocal cords, both to communicate, but even actually more importantly, as I was discussing earlier, to be able to just physically protect their airway. And animals that have devocalization surgery often go on to suffer from aspiration pneumonia and even die. So it is a risky procedure.
I'm going to shift gears and ask some questions about Ridglan's confinement practices. Is confining a dog to a 2x4 metal cage proper shelter under any circumstances?
So there are some isolated circumstances where you might do that. For example, if a dog just had a major surgery and they're in the hospital and they're in a cage where they're being monitored by the veterinarian, then of course it would be appropriate to have them in a small enclosure like that. But as far as housing long-term, not as a very temporary situation, no, that would not be appropriate.
And to your knowledge, is single housing in 2x4 cages even standard within the industry?
No. In fact, Ridglan, their housing is significantly smaller than Envigo, another laboratory animal facility that was actually shut down because of their animal welfare practices. And compared to the canine housing at Envigo, actually Ridglan's cages are quite a bit smaller. And in addition to that, the prevalence of single house dogs is pretty high at Ridglan, and you really didn't see that at Envigo.
And do these confinement practices cause unnecessary and excessive suffering for the dogs?
Yes.
Are you familiar with declarations by Dr. Patricia McConnell and Dr. Stacy Goodman?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to bring you a declaration by Patricia McConnell.
Is it 26, Mark?
Yes, 26. Patricia McConnell, PATRICIAMCCONNELL. Dr. Rosenberg, are you familiar with this declaration?
Yes, I am.
And how did you receive it?
From Dr. McConnell.
Is it a part of your ordinary practice as an expert to consult with and review the opinions of other experts in the field?
Yes, it is.
And was this declaration provided to you in context of such a consultation?
Yes, it was.
Could you briefly summarize Dr. McConnell's credentials?
Dr. Patricia McConnell is a certified applied animal behaviorist, and she's been practicing in the field of animal behavior for more than 35 years. For more than 25 years, she taught a course at the University of Madison in the human-animal relationship. She does regular speaking engagements on these topics. And she also received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Association of Professional Dog Trainers.
Could you briefly summarize her opinion of the confinement practices at Ridglan?
So Dr. McConnell reviewed the same video and photos that I reviewed. And she commented on really the unnecessary pain and suffering being caused in the facility just on the basis of the housing conditions there. She specifically noted the extreme confinement, the excessive loud noises, the buildup of feces, and she was also extremely concerned about the prevalence of solitary confinement in the dogs that she saw, as well as the stereotypic behaviors of the dogs. She called the conditions tortuous at the Ridglan facility.
I'm not going to provide you with another declaration.
Exhibit 27 marked.
Are you familiar with this declaration as well?
Yes, I am.
And how did you receive it?
From Dr. LaPresti Goodman.
And I'll go ahead and spell her last name. LOPRESTI-GOODMAN. And was this provided to you in the context of a consultation with a relevant expert in the field?
Yes, it was.
Could you briefly summarize Dr. LaPresti Goodman's credentials?
Dr. LaPresti Goodman is a professor at Marymount University in the psychology department and the director of the honors program. And she has written a number of scientific papers, written and published a number of scientific papers involving the psychology and welfare of laboratory animals, including dogs.
And could you briefly summarize her opinion of the confinement practices at Ridglan?
Dr. LaPresti Goodman also reviewed the same video and photographs that Dr. McConnell and I did. And she noted that the environment was persistently stressful. She talked about the extreme confinement, the dogs being stacked in cages on top of each other, the stereotypic behaviors, the pacing, the spinning, the bouncing off of walls, the whining. and talked about the low welfare conditions of the dogs. She was very concerned about generalized canine anxiety disorder based on what she saw in the facility.
And do you agree with the assessments of Dr. McConnell and Dr. Lopez-Goodman?
Yes, very much so.
Your Honor, I move to admit the declarations of Dr. McConnell and Dr. Lopez-Goodman as exhibits 26 and 27 respectively.
And we'll receive exhibits 26 and 27. Do you have a lot more questioning with this witness?
I do.
I think it might be a good time for our afternoon break. My court reporter probably needs it more than any of us right now. So let's take 15 minutes, come back at 10 to 3, and we'll take up with this witness again. May step down and we are adjourned.
No, he's so horrible.
People are agreeing to do online exactly what could you even imagine? You're hearing descriptions of, we don't know how sensitive our eyes are. We don't need an expert witness to tell us that our eyes are among the most sensitive parts of our body. And then to hear that.
Absolutely. First of all, everything's calm.
Not only are they allegedly operating on dogs without anesthesia, but they're doing it on the eye and by
Amazing. Yeah. I didn't say they didn't.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah. Incredible voice. Yeah. Incredibly loud voice. Yeah. So hopefully it's fine.
Broadcast within court jurisdiction or outside of court. Obviously, when you're live, you anticipate what people are going to say. So we invite anybody who wants to weigh in on this. If in any way, please reach out. We'd love to interview you and get your side of the story. Wow. have you heard, and does it match your expectations, exceed them? What's your reaction?
Yes, it exceeds. I mean, I read about this, but just to hear it, like, when you think it can't get any worse, you just hear another layer of abuse or torture that these dog is just layer upon layer of violation. The way they say this out, you know, and
Yeah.
Here's a comment I can't believe, and you said veterinary surgical procedures performed by trained veterinarians. Nobody would agree this was their family cat or dog. So, yeah, it almost seems like have an expert witness come in and say, yes, you need to have veterinarians doing barking, surgically removing vocal cords or,
So far, so good. I'm gonna try coming over here.
Yeah. Do you want me to move anything? I was gonna maybe switch. So I can maybe see what it is. What, how many witnesses we have?
Maybe I'll just go right here. This is the last one, and then I'm gonna do closing. I believe.
What is your reaction? What's happening in your heart as you hear this?
That's Diana.
horrified.
Yeah.
But what's occurring in my mind is the race and courtesy.
Oh, as long as I'm not in the way of this.
That's what I was like trying to avoid being in anybody's way.
Maybe I'll go.
I like sitting here better. Do you want here, Joe? Because then you can go further down.
Sorry, what was that?
If you want this one, I'll push here. We can just let everybody down one.
Oh, yeah. Maybe. Okay, yeah. Was someone sitting there? No, right?
There was earlier.
Oh, there was.
I get up feedback.
Okay. There, Bill. It's okay.
But now, was she being vocalized or no? No, she was. Why do they like one dog and not another?
Yes. Really? Yeah.
Probably bark folks, but I don't know.
These are the people
Any thoughts on that, Lorraine? Speculation on but I don't know if you can call it that. I don't know what the interesting logic is there.
No, I think that's a big one.
Could it be that the client was client?
That could absolutely be it. I mean, cherry ice because why is it it's possible that there's something more going on with the debugging surgery.
It's not actually. So next year.
Wow, just a recap and reviewing.
So. The sound is this thing. It's coming off one. Oh, I don't care. I don't care. I just want to make sure it's not on my left.
Oh, yeah.
Saturday is of course 20th, but I had that week off. So who are you? That's my friend.
With this guy, Paulo, well, he's actually more than me, other than that. And I'm with Lettuce Heroes, as well as which is
So you both are for the same.
Paul and I are working together with like the documentary crew. I'm also here with Simple Heart. And this documentary, yeah, called Lettuce Heroes.
Yep.
And then I'm just like, what he's doing is
That's your problem. That's your project.
That's very, I have a very small role. It's like doing stuff with regards to the
Correct.
And in addition, you can see a lot of the bars have paint worn off. And the way the lesion appears, I think it's a reasonable assumption, also combined with the missing paint, that she's probably been pushing her nose through the bars in a really strong attempts to try to get attention or get some kind of assistance. And now it's gotten to the point where this lesion is so severe, I would say that it's just too painful for her to actually put her nose through the bars. And so she's barking, but she's not actually putting her nose through it. She's pawing at the bars instead because putting her nose through would be painful.
What are the animal welfare implications of confining not just one, but hundreds of dogs in 2x4 cages?
So besides some of the obvious ones, like the loud noise, another really major consideration would be ventilation issues, because we've got massive amount of fecal material and urine material from all of these animals, and it's extremely difficult to maintain good air quality when you have this many animals confined together indoors in such a small area.
What is typically done at shelters to prevent these kinds of ventilation problems?
So a number of things can be done. One, you would obviously provide more space to the animals, indoor, outdoor housing, things like that. In addition, you'd want to be cleaning and removing the waste material 2 to 3 times a day, just to keep it from building up. And of course, also you want to have an excellent ventilation system. A good ventilation system will provide a complete air exchange 10 to 20 times an hour. And that's really important in a facility like this. And you need to not have any dead zones where the air is not moving and the air just kind of sits. So you need to have fans that keep the air moving all throughout the facility. So really all of the air is getting exchanged, not just some or most.
Is it possible to hold animals in 2x4 cages by the hundreds and avoid these ventilation problems?
I think that there's a certain point where you just have so many animals confined in such a small area that you're just really pushing the limits of even your best ventilation system. So, you can try to do things to mitigate it, like, cleaning more often. But, really you get to a point where if any one thing goes wrong in the system, you're gonna have a breakdown and you're not gonna have adequate air quality.
I'm going to provide you with what's already been admitted as Exhibit 16. I'm going to pull that up on the screen as well. Are you familiar with this report?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to scroll down to page 10 and ask you to take a look at page 10. I'm just going to read from the report and I'm going to ask you a question about it. It says, quote, The ammonia/odor level in several locations within buildings, 7, 1, 2A, 2B, 3, was bad enough that I experienced nausea on one occasion, and my throat and nostrils were irritated for several hours after I left the facility. The lead veterinarian acknowledged that there were dead spots in the ventilation within some of the buildings and stated they were working to address it. From my observation, there was a strong correlation between drainage issues in the catch cans and the air quality within that section of the building. Would high ammonia levels like this have adverse effects on dogs?
So, human and canine physiology is very similar. And so I would assume that if the inspector was feeling nauseated and if his throat and nostrils were irritated, I would assume that the dogs are experiencing the same thing. When ammonia levels build up high enough in the air, they can actually go through the membranous barrier in the respiratory tract in the lungs and actually pass into the bloodstream and increase the ammonia concentration in the blood, and that's what can cause the nausea. So I would assume the same thing is happening with the dogs, and really my concern would be too that it's even worse for the dogs because the inspector was only in the facility for a short time, but the dogs are in there all the time. So these things are likely to become chronic.
And would this cause unnecessary and excessive suffering for the dogs?
Absolutely. So high ammonia levels in the air can actually cause cell death or necrosis in the cells that line the respiratory tract, and that can compromise the ability of the animal to pass air or oxygen and other gases across the blood into the bloodstream from the alveoli, and chronic exposure to these types of fumes could cause scarring and severe lung damage over time.
And would that cause suffering?
Absolutely, yeah, that would absolutely cause suffering.
Is a facility where human beings are experiencing nausea and irritation of the throat and nostrils a proper shelter for dogs?
Obviously not. Obviously it's not appropriate to have this type of ammonia buildup and just like, I just want to reiterate the chronic nature of this and the airway and lung damage that's happening to these dogs, and just the dogs chronically feeling ill as well.
I'm gonna take this now and put up what's been admitted as Exhibit 18. Provide you a copy of that as well. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to direct your attention to page 8. particular to the last paragraph. And I'll ask you a question about it. Quote, in several buildings within the facility, the drainage systems are not constructed and or operated so that animal waste is rapidly eliminated. Excess excreta, low spots where waste and wash water accumulates and becomes stagnant are consistent in the catch pans beneath the second level enclosures where adult dogs were kept, and on the concrete floor beneath the first level enclosures, with the exception of the pre-shipment/order dogs area and the wellbeing rooms. A film of organic waste material was present on the concrete flooring beneath the enclosures throughout the facility. What is of clinical significance there?
So what screams out to me is that this is really a systemic problem, because it has a lot to do with how the facility is constructed. And this isn't a new problem. This report was written almost 2 years after the report that we just went over. And we're seeing the same types of problems here. And this is due to catch pans that aren't properly designed. And another aspect of the systemic nature of the problem is just the buildup of the fecal material and the urine being allowed to decompose, which is what causes ammonia to be released, and that's what causes the problem in the first place. These waste materials are being allowed to sit there for days without being cleaned.
I'm going to shift gears now and ask you about flooring. Why is flooring important for the welfare of dogs?
So flooring is literally the ground that the dog stands on. It's critically important. It needs to be safe. It needs to allow urine and feces to pass through without being absorbed. It needs to be easily sanitized. It needs to not have any sharp edges. It needs to have openings large enough for the waste material to pass through, but for no part of the body, of the dog's body to pass through.
Is flooring in which dogs' feet are falling through the holes proper flooring?
No, definitely not.
And could you elaborate on the kind of harm that would cause the dog?
So, yeah, and we've seen this at Ridglan over the years with the puppies, their legs and body parts falling through, and this could cause a number of issues, both physical and psychological. From a physical standpoint, you could end up with bone fractures. And in addition to that, if the dog is actually stuck in the floor and can't get out, you're in a situation where the dog is actually being deprived of food and water, and could be easily life-threatening if not caught soon enough. And then just psychologically, the trauma of feeling unsafe on the floor that you're trying to express your normal behaviors. It would make it very difficult to walk and move freely.
Does flooring that is rusting or that has rough edges pose a risk of injury to dogs?
Absolutely. The rough surfaces can poke into the dog's feet and cause injury, and also if the floors aren't properly cleaned, which is virtually impossible to clean rusted metal and fully sanitize it. So yes, we're looking at the introduction of microorganisms as well into the dog's feet.
And would this situation be made worse if the dog already has a foot infection?
Yes, because the skin barrier is already compromised by the inflammation from the infection. And then now you're adding a sharp edge penetrating through that skin barrier, and, you know, increasing the damage, and risk of infection.
I'm now going to pull up and provide to you what's been admitted as Exhibit 14. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
I'm going to refer you to page 10. So I'm just going to bearings. Oh, I see, there we go. Do you see where it says, quote, during the inspection, Benel, who's the investigator, or the inspector, demonstrated to the facility manager that puppy's feet and legs were passing through the gaps in the flooring. Would this cause unnecessary suffering? Or would this cause unnecessary and excessive suffering?
Absolutely, for the reasons that I just mentioned, that the puppies could break bones, they could get stuck and not have access to food and water, and also just their trauma of not being able to express normal behavior.
I'm going to direct your attention to two of the bullet points lower down on page 10. I'm just going to read and then ask you about that. It says, quote, small portions of mesh flooring within some enclosures were found to have its coating removed. The facility manager stated that such damage is patched on the flooring is replaced as necessary. Several observed dogs in the facility were being treated for foot health problems. What is the significance of that?
So, and we've seen in some of the videos and footage that the protective coating on the wire is removed from a lot of the cages, from the wire. And the thing about this type of flooring is that the dog's toes can fall through. I guess I need to explain it verbally. What can happen is that two of the toes can be separated and the wire bangs into the interdigital or the space between the toes and causes damage. And when you have coating removed from, it's a plastic coating that is on the wire in this facility. And when that coating is gone, oftentimes we end up with rusted and sharp metal. And then, so not only are the dogs getting injured from, that physically having the wire bang into the area between their toes, but Also, it's actually penetrating the skin. So I'm not surprised that we would be seeing dogs at this facility being treated for foot health problems.
I'm now going to play, it's been admitted as Exhibit 8. And what is the clinical significance in this video?
Well, there's a lot to unpack here. There's, obviously you can hear the deafening sound of the dogs in the background. The solitary confinement, both of the dogs in the video are by themselves. The lack of enrichment, there's just a rawhide chew in there. But also, to get to what we're talking about, we can see the wearing of the wire in the front. You can see it here in this still shot, where the plastic coating on the wire has been removed. In this case, where likely because it's in the spot right next to the other dog, so she's probably been trying to get closer with the other dog. And then just the crouched, very slow, I would describe that as either a result of fear or anxiety or even possible pain, the way she moves, and the fact that she has her tail between her back legs. This is a dog that's in distress.
And so does that mean you believe this video shows a dog experiencing unnecessary and excessive suffering?
Yes.
I'm now going to play what has been admitted as Exhibit 9. And I'm going to go back about halfway through the video and just pause.
Can you give me a timestamp?
I think about 2 seconds in. Then what is the clinical significance here?
So we can see an interdigital wound here between the two of the digits in the foot. There's a laceration, and you can see it better in some of the other shots, but I can still kind of see it here in this still shot. The toes are actually spread apart, and I think it's highly likely that there's actually an abscess going on underneath this laceration. So if you were to cut into it, you would find pus in there. And again, this is being caused by, almost certainly by the flooring. Or possibly the wire from the dog pawing at the side of the housing as well.
And would a dog kept in this condition be likely to experience unnecessary and excessive pain or suffering?
Yes, this is a very painful wound. And just to kind of put it in perspective, for anyone who's ever had a blister or a corn on their foot or between their toes, you know how painful that is. And dogs in that regard are just like us. So you can imagine how just exquisitely painful this would be for this dog.
I'm now going to play what has been admitted as Exhibit 7. And what is the clinical significance in this video?
So this is an example of how difficult it can be for the dogs to avoid stepping in their own feces, because the fecal material can't always pass through the holes, and the cages are so small that the dogs just really can't get away from that fecal material. And then, you know, thinking about that laceration between the toes of the last dog we saw, and if that dog was stepping in this feces, you know, that's a recipe for infection.
And would a dog in this condition be likely to experience unnecessary or excessive pain or suffering?
Absolutely.
I'm not going to provide you with what's been marked or what's been admitted as Exhibit 22, and I will also pull it up on the screen. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is this document?
This is a veterinary record for a beagle that was removed from the Ridglan facility, and her name was Anna.
I'm going to direct your attention to the chart in the row where it says skin, nails, pads. It also says, quote, significant salivary staining on all paws, some limbs. Could you explain what that means?
So white fur will actually become stained a copper color in the face of excessive licking by a dog. So it's the saliva that actually turns the hair a copper color. And this isn't something that happens overnight from 1 or 2 licks. This is something that would be chronic over, you know, days to weeks of licking and licking and licking.
And why would a dog chronically lick their paws like that?
Due to irritation, pain, discomfort, itchiness.
I'm going to direct your attention to the top of this document now, which says, quote, P was limping with both her hind and front legs and has been slightly restless. What is clinically significant about that?
So combined with that, the limping behavior, not wanting to step on her feet, and then if you look down at the musculoskeletal section, it also says basically the veterinarian couldn't find any other cause for the dog's lameness, which is important. So because of that, I would say it's pretty likely that the reason that the dog doesn't want to step on her legs is because her feet are painful.
I'm now going to direct your attention to page 2, where it says for in-hospital treatments, that the dog was treated with Phytovet CK wipes and Trizchlor, spelled TRIZCHLOR, 4-HC spray, and also that she was prescribed Phytovet CK wipes. What does that tell us about her condition?
So the phyto-CK wipes have chlorhexidine and ketoconazole, which chlorhexidine is antibacterial and antifungal, also antiviral, but and then the ketoconazole is antifungal. And so this tells me that the veterinarian believed that Anna had interdigital pododermatitis, that she had an infection going on between these toes, and that it was serious enough to prescribe something for it.
I'm not going to play what's been admitted as Exhibit 21 and ask you about it. see the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Just ask about it. Just on page 10, and read from it, it says, some of the weaned puppies and pre-weaning age puppies in 11 enclosures were observed to have feet or legs pass through the smooth mesh borders when they walked. Would fully of this sort cause unnecessary and excessive suffering?
Yes, and it's notable that, now it's December of 2023, and this was to my reflect back in 2016, and it's still happening. And for the same reasons I mentioned before, the physical trauma to the puppies and psychological trauma, it's definitely causing suffering.
All right, I'm going to pull up what's been admitted as Exhibit 18. I'll provide you a copy as well. I'm going to direct you to page 8. I'm going to read from page 8, and then I'm going to ask you a question about it. It says, quote, I observed a dog within enclosure 550/550, identified preliminarily DKA8, that was limping and keeping weight on the front right paw, which had what appeared to be a interdigital cyst. No documentation of the cyst was present on the information cards located outside of the enclosures or the dry erase boards utilized to document interdigital cysts. What is of clinical significance here?
So we've got, again, foot issues. Again, now in, this is now June of 2024. Still seeing these foot issues. And again, not even getting treatment, that it's not noted on the treatment card. So, this is just an ongoing systemic problem. It's not being addressed.
Finally, I'm going to pull up Exhibit 19. Provide you a copy as well. I'm going to direct your attention to page 8. And I'm going to read from page 8 and ask you a question. It says, quote, I observed a dog identified as FVC-0 inside enclosure 737/739 that was limping while moving through the enclosure, not bearing any weight on the right front leg. 2 partially healed scratches and/or puncture wounds and swelling were present on the leg near the carpal joint. No documentation of the injury was present on the enclosure card or the whiteboard documenting ongoing or necessary treatments. What is the clinical significance there?
So, this dog has a wound, it's not being treated, and Based on the swelling, you know, I've seen the pictures. I do wonder if there could actually be an infection, you know, possibly an abscess underneath the wounds. And again, you know, just this dog is painful and suffering, and and the other thing to note too is that you can see it scabbed over, and it takes at least, you know, a day or two for a scab to start looking like that. So that tells us this was not noticed right away, it still isn't being treated. So yeah, just adds to the ongoing nature of this, these problems being addressed.
Based on your review of the inspection report, why do you think that these injuries are being missed so routinely?
So part of the problem is insufficient staffing at the facility. My understanding is that there are 16 full-time staff with 3 staff dedicated to socialization of the dogs, and there are about 3,200 dogs living at the facility at any given time, and that just physically does not allow for enough time to be able to provide daily socialization, or even just, you know, check on the dogs to make sure that they don't have any health issues. And we see this because it keeps coming up. And then also, in addition to that, we have the problems with the actual facility design itself. That the facility needs to be, you know, fully renovated in order to prevent these kinds of problems from happening.
Are any of the flooring practices that we've discussed today normal and accepted?
No.
In your review of materials from 2016, 2017, 2022, 2023, and 2024, were issues you saw of an ongoing and continuing nature?
Yes.
And based on your experience designing and running an animal shelter, why do you think that Ridglan has these ongoing and continuing problems?
These problems at this point are just really baked in. We have, it's a systemic issue. It has to do with the management practices and the physical design of the facility itself. So you have these surgeries happening, that's part of the management practice. You know, I think it's obvious that an employee won't wake up one day and just decide to cut out a piece of a dog's eye. This is something that's systemic, and it's been going on for many, many years. And then as far as the foot issues, flooring issues, confinement issues, these are caused by the general design of the facility, as well as the lack of staffing, but also the training of the staffing. And so I think that the only way that this situation will ever change would be just for a complete renovation. So we're talking perhaps hiring all new staff and more staff, and also just remodeling the facility substantially, because the way that the enclosures are built, it's not possible to maintain and keep them the way it should be for the dogs. It's really, you know, like these problems, we expect these problems to continue. if it stays the way it is.
Final question, are any of the problems that we've seen in the videos that we discussed today?
With regard to all practices, the surgeries are not being done by a veterinarian. They're not being done for the animal's benefit. This is not acceptable veterinary practice. And the confinement, it's not acceptable to keep animals permanently housed in 2-foot by 4-foot cages and in solitary housing, and it's not acceptable to have ammonia-filled air that's making the dogs sick. And the flooring as well, it's not appropriate to have flooring that's causing just constant ongoing wounds to the dog's feet.
Thank you, no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hector.
Dr. Rosenberg is our final witness, but we'd like to make a few closing remarks, if that's okay.
Can we proceed when you're ready?
Your Honor, before we do that, I just want to make sure, I believe all exhibits 1 through 27 were admitted into evidence, but if I overlooked any and they weren't, we would make that motion now.
I have them all received.
Thank you.
And we need a microphone. She has a headset on, so.
Just sit, try to pull over.
Can we use the podium?
I don't know if that's plugged in or, Dave, do we have like the, let's see, just attach maybe, do we have a microphone? I think he's working it out here, we'll just go this route.
Does that work?
Really?
Can we do this? This work? Testing, testing.
I can hear it, clearly? Yes.
Your Honor, this really boils down to a simple question. Can a corporation get away with abusing and torturing thousands of dogs? That's the question that we posed at the very beginning of our petition for special prosecutor in this petition before the court today. If an ordinary individual kept dogs in cages that routinely cut into their paws and caused injuries, did nothing systemic to fix that, they would be held accountable. If an individual kept dogs in cages that were so small and so devoid of enrichment that they were driven to acute psychological distress, that individual would be held accountable. And if an individual cut away organs from dogs without aftercare, without anesthesia, and without blood control, that individual will be held accountable. Just because Ridglan does this at an industrial scale and for profit, doesn't mean they should get away with it. So I'm just going to provide a brief overview, step back for what these closing remarks will cover. I'll speak briefly just about the general legal framework and some of the legal matters. Then I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, Ms. Schrank, who will talk about how each of the elements has been met. Then finally, Mr. Hsiung will address the court's discretion, and why the court should use its discretion to issue a complaint against Ridglan Farms.
Well, I'm also going to be requesting post-trial briefings on you, so to the extent that, I mean, I certainly want to hear your argument, but I also will be asking for a post-trial briefing.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to be more than happy to submit that. Just as a general overview, proceeding under Section 96802 sub 3 has two requirements. We have to show first that the district attorney has refused to prosecute, and second, that there's probable cause to believe that a crime has occurred. And the Wisconsin Supreme Court has addressed the meaning of refusal in state or in Kalal, and in that case, the court held that refusal indicates unwillingness to do, accept, give, or allow. And for that reason, a long silence or period of inaction that, under the totality of circumstances, gives rise to a reasonable inference that the district attorney intends not to act, can be sufficient for refusal. In other words, there doesn't have to be an explicit refusal. It is sufficient if the circumstances indicate the attorney over a long period of time is unwilling to act. And in this case, the evidence for refusal is overwhelming. In fact, in Kalal, the Supreme Court said that it would be contrary to the purpose of the statute to demand an explicit refusal, and that a long unwillingness is sufficient because the point of the statute is to hold law enforcement, and in particular the district attorney, accountable. And in this case, as I said, evidence for refusal is overwhelming. In 2018, Mr. Hsiung and others affiliated with him reached out to the district attorney's office and other law enforcement agencies and shared firsthand evidence of animal cruelty occurring within Ridglan Farms. There was also published a piece in The Intercept that was widely read that included pictures and videos from inside the facility, the exact same kinds of pictures and videos that we showed today. That means the district attorney's office, back in 2018, already had access to this evidence and did nothing. In 2022 and 2023, lawyers submitted animal cruelty complaints to the district attorney's office. And these were not just ordinary run-of-the-mill citizen complaints. These were multiple-page complaints that laid out in detail why Wisconsin animal cruelty laws were being violated and the evidence supporting that. And the district attorney's office did nothing. They didn't respond to those complaints. They didn't open an investigation of their own. They didn't even seem to reach out to law enforcement to open an investigation of any kind. And then again, in 2024, individuals reached out to the district attorney's office and animal control and the sheriff's office and shared evidence, the exact evidence that we played today, and asked those organizations, including the district attorney's office, to open an investigation. And still, they did nothing. In fact, Mr. Hsiung met with someone inside the district attorney's office and shared that information firsthand. We saw video today of how that information was provided to the sheriff's office, and still nothing was done. And part of that information included a referral from Bonnie Clapper, a former federal prosecutor, who opined that there's more than probable cause to charge Ridglan with violations of animal cruelty laws in Wisconsin. To be frank, the evidence is so overwhelming, the evidence of refusal in this case is so overwhelming, there's virtually nothing else that petitioners could do to get the district attorney to prosecute. We've reached out over multiple years, we've provided evidence, we've provided even a referral from a former federal prosecutor, and still nothing has been done. At a previous hearing, District Attorney Hsiung suggested that he hadn't refused to prosecute because he never received a formal referral from law enforcement. But there's nothing in 96802 sub 3 that requires a referral from law enforcement. It's a completely atextual reading of the statute. On top of that, we have done everything we possibly can to provide evidence to both law enforcement and to Mr. Hsiung, and still nothing has been done. And there's no requirement in law whatsoever that a district attorney can only initiate a prosecution if a formal referral is given by law enforcement. In other words, to the degree that the statute does what Kalal said it does, which is provide a check on the district attorney and law enforcement, we've done everything we can to get them to prosecute, and still they're unwilling. And under the law, that amounts to refusal to prosecute. I now very briefly want to address Section 951.015. in the chapter on cruelty to animals. And I just want to, we've already briefed this extensively, and I also encourage the court to read and reread Professor Winter's declaration, which goes in depth as to why this exception doesn't apply in this case. But I just want to make 2 quick notes on it. First is that at most, it provides an affirmative defense, and as a result, it's premature for consideration at this time. But second, it also simply doesn't apply. As we heard in testimony today, as Dr. Winters explains in her declaration, the Animal Welfare Act essentially creates 2 regimes of regulation. There's regulation for breeders, and there's regulation for research facilities. In this proceeding, we're exclusively focused on Ridglan the breeder, Ridglan the Class A breeder. And as a result, the language in the statute, which clearly picks up on this different kind of regulation between breeders and research facilities, simply does not apply to what we talked about here today. You can actually see here the way the inspection reports themselves distinguish between these types of facilities. Now, Professor Winters did an in-depth dive into the Animal Welfare Act in a way that it sets up specific protocols for research facilities. But those don't apply here, and as a result, the exception in 951.015, under no even most expansive reading, simply does not apply to this case. And then finally, I just wanted to briefly address the statute of limitations. It's 6 years for felonies, and 3 years for misdemeanors. The surgical mutilations that we discussed, the cherry eye surgeries and devocalizations, those are clearly felonies because they constitute intentional mutilations of the dogs. And we have lots of evidence within the statute of limitations. In particular, Mr. Gilbertson's testimony, who was there in 2022, just over 2 years ago, obviously that falls well within the 6 year statute of limitations for a felony. As for misdemeanors, we also have ample evidence within the last 3 years of animal cruelty violating 951.15 and 951, or 951.14, 951.02, which are the 2 statutes that are misdemeanor violations. That evidence includes inspection reports from as recently as a few months ago, and also, again, Mr. Gilbertson's first-hand testimony, who actually saw himself these violations ongoing at the facility. But it's also worth noting that we believe that these offenses constitute continuing offenses. And as the appellate court held in John B. State, right, as the Supreme Court held in John B. State, a continuing offense is often distinguished by the fact that it creates a duty, and which means as long as that duty is being violated, then that offense is ongoing, and the statute of limitations hasn't even begun to run. Insofar as Ridglan, under statute, has a duty to provide adequate housing, as set out in 951.14, and they continually fail to meet that duty, the statute of limitations hasn't even begun to run on that, which means all of the evidence presented today is directly relevant, even under the statute of limitations taken in its most restrictive form. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Hsiung.
Your Honor, as the court is aware and as previously noted, the petitioners here must show that probable cause exists to believe that Ridglan Farms has committed an offense or criminal offenses. The petitioners, Dane for Dogs, Alliance for Animals, and Mr. Hsiung certainly submit that the evidence presented here today at this hearing, namely the exhibits, the testimony from the 6 witnesses, demonstrate that Ridglan Farms has clearly committed the offenses of mistreating animals under statute section 951.02 and failure to provide proper shelter under Wisconsin statute section 951.14. I think we've gone beyond showing a probable cause with the plethora of evidence that's been presented today. I think we've gone so far as I would say we have proved that these crimes are continually being committed by Ridglan Farms beyond a reasonable doubt. Starting with 951.02, mistreating animals. The law in Wisconsin says that no person may treat any animal in a cruel manner. It does not prohibit normal and accepted veterinary practices. The first element is that an animal was treated in a cruel manner, and cruel is defined as causing unnecessary and excessive pain or suffering or unjustifiable injury or death. You've heard and seen so much evidence today of how these dogs have been treated in a cruel manner. There are surgeries being performed by non-veterinarians, which is a violation of the Administrative Code of Wisconsin Code of Conduct for veterinarians they must follow. There's surgeries being done without anesthesia, without pain management, without blood control. Essentially, dogs are being mutilated, and there's no compliance whatsoever with even the most minimal steps required in caring for animals. In addition to that, in conditions of living in, you've heard about ventilation problems, the odor. Inspectors have been going into this facility for years and noting for years the violations. And one of the inspectors is nauseous while he's there. He's nauseous for hours after. This inspector has irritation in his nose, in his throat. The dogs are stuck there for months, for years. They don't get to leave and get out of these conditions. You've heard about the cages. They're very small, 2x4. They're metal, wire. There's plastic covering them that's breaking down, falling apart, cracks in the plastic, rust on the metal. And these dogs have to stand in this metal atmosphere, and that's all they're in. They don't get outside. They don't get socialization outside of these tiny cages. They don't get to fresh air or see the light of day. They have injuries, significant injuries, cysts, lesions to their paws. They're in pain, they're suffering. These injuries are getting infected. They obviously have been treated in a cruel manner. And I believe all 6 witnesses have testified to personal observations of that or to their expert opinions that that is what's occurring based on the evidence they reviewed for her today. The next element is that this cruel treatment was intentional or negligent. As Your Honor is well aware of the definition of intentional conduct in Wisconsin, it merely means that the defendant acted with a mental purpose to treat that manner or was aware that that conduct was practically certain to cause that result. First, I think anyone would be aware that these conditions would cause pain, suffering, injury, harm to these animals, significant harm. Even if somehow someone did it, that's what these actions, what the result of these actions would be. I mean, there have been years of reports and violations and like more than 6 years of significant investigation into this. They've had inspection reports from the federal authorities and from the state authorities saying that they're not complying with these minimal requirements. And still, it's ongoing and nothing's getting better. So they've been on notice for many, many years that their actions and the way they're running this business are amounting to treating these dogs in a cruel manner. And they're just continuing to do it. For this particular crime to rise to the level of a felony offense, it requires that the treatment of the animal resulted in mutilation, disfigurement, or death. Again, I think there was plenty of evidence supporting this. There were surgeries being done improperly, not the way veterinary standards require, not the way the ADMA requires it to be done, and there was removal of portions of these dogs' body parts, part of the just cut off. Their vocal cords cut out. So I mean, clearly there's felony level offenses here, and there's certainly misdemeanor level offenses as well. The other crime that we have put forth that Ridglan Farms is committing, we certainly believe they failed to provide proper shelter to every single one of the dogs at Ridglan Farms. The statute requires that anyone who owns or is responsible for the confinement or impounding of an animal may not fail to provide that animal with proper shelter. And nothing within the section in the law should be construed
as imposing shelter requirements more stringent than the normally accepted husbandry practices in the particular area where the animals are located. You heard from Dr. Whitman today that essentially nothing Ridglan Farms is doing is within the normal husbandry practices. He's a veterinarian in Wisconsin. He has been for more than 30 years. He's certainly aware of husbandry practices with regard to dogs and other animals that he's treated. And not just the shelter requirements, everything they're doing is outside of anything that could be construed as normally accepted husbandry practices or normally accepted veterinary practices. There are minimum space requirements for the enclosures that animals are kept in. The first requirement relates to structural strength and requires that facilities need to be structurally sound and in good repair to protect the animals from injury and to contain the animals. They're certainly not structurally sound. You've heard evidence that the cages were rusty, there were sharp parts of them that were injuring the dogs. They had to stand on these wire grates with large openings that their paws were essentially falling through or causing lesions on their paws. You've heard from the 2 employees who previously worked at Ridglan Farms that these cages were not being replaced, that there were constant repair that needed to be done to the cages or replacement of the cages that wasn't happening, and there were always deficits in the actual structural integrity of the cages that these dogs were living their entire time at Ridglan Farms in. The next requirement is the space requirement. And obviously, the requirement in our law in Wisconsin is that the animals be provided sufficient space to allow them freedom of movement. Inadequate space can be indicated by evidence of debility, stress, or abnormal behavior patterns. Again, you heard from multiple witnesses today. Mr. Hsiung, the 2 employees who worked there, Mr. Beckoff, who's an expert in animal behavior, that the behavior exhibited by the dogs in the videos that we have from Ridglan Farms is abnormal, and it's off the charts in terms of the scale of abnormal behavior for animals. Mr. Hsiung testified about some of the dogs that were rescued and removed from Ridglan Farms and how years later, 7 years later, they still have problems and abnormal behavior and are still dealing with the trauma that they experienced at Ridglan Farms. I mean, in terms of the elements of this offense, obviously Ridglan Farms is the owner and the company responsible for the animals that are housed there. And as I've indicated, I think it's clear by the evidence we've provided that Ridglan Farms has failed to provide proper shelter to these dogs. They've failed them, and that's demonstrated by the injuries that the dogs have suffered, both physical and psychological. And finally, we have the same intentional or negligent element, which Your Honor is very familiar with, and after years and years and years of violations relating to these cages, relating to the fact that there's no outdoor accessibility for the dogs, no outdoor facilities or shelter for them, all of this is just ongoing, and Ridglan Farms has been on notice for probably longer than we even have reports going back that they are violating these minimal requirements, and they certainly are violating the laws of Wisconsin. So, given all the evidence that we have presented here today, we're respectfully asking that Your Honor just help hold Ridglan Farms accountable for these crimes that they've committed against these dogs. And I think that Attorney Hsiung wants to address the court for a few comments as well.
Actually, Paul is at 19. Yeah, I'll be brief, Your Honor, because I know we've been here for a while, I'm sure everyone's tired. We've seen a lot of not so happy photos and videos, but given that this is a highly discretionary proceeding, I did want to say just two things briefly. The first is that what we've shown in terms of evidence in this case is beyond the pale of that, even for beagle production. I testified that I've been doing dog rescue for 20 plus years. I've dealt with dogs, seized in animal cruelty cases, dogs from dogfighting rings who've been bait dogs, dogs rescued from the dog meat trade. I have never seen dogs as traumatized as the dogs I rescued from Ridglan farms. And it was not just me who testified to this effect. We heard from Scotty Gilbertson that he had to hold a dog down whose thrashing as a puddle of blood appeared beneath him. We heard from Mr. Reich that he saw dogs who were so mutilated, whose bodies had been ripped open, that he had an anxiety attack on the job. Over 10 years later, he is haunted by bugs. We had testimony from Dr. Bekoff that after seeing thousands of hours of dogs in his field research as an animal scientist, what he saw at Ridglan Farms, I wrote this down, is beyond what he has ever seen. Dr. Whitman testified that when he heard that surgeries were being performed without painkillers or anesthesia, he was disturbed that these animals were suffering immeasurably. And then finally, Dr. Rosenberg, who testified that she has inspected other facilities, including a facility called Beagle that was shut down by the federal government for animal cruelty. And the housing and structural and animal welfare conditions at Ridglan are worse than that. So what we're talking about here is not a case of minor neglect or occasional animal cruelty. We are talking about abuse of animals that is simply beyond the pale, beyond the pale. And that brings me to the second point. The entire purpose of this sort of proceeding, and frankly, the entire system of American criminal justice is we believe in the rule of law, not of man, not of powerful corporations. And the entire point of the rule of law is the law protects all of us, not just the powerful, not just the wealthy, not just influential corporations that are highly connected, but all of us. And yes, that includes dogs. And what is particularly powerful about this proceeding is we have an opportunity to use the rule of law to protect ongoing victims. Because typically in a criminal case, and I've practiced law for almost 20 years now, typically all you can do is redress the grievances of a victim after something bad has already happened. This dog, this is a record we received in the last few weeks, is a dog who is at Ridglan Farms right now, limping with a wound and a cyst on her leg, struggling because of the wire she has to stand on her entire life. And we have an opportunity in this case to use the rule of law to protect this dog. And this is the entire point of this sort of proceeding, to ensure that the law does not protect those who are visible, who are powerful, those who are influential, but even those who are invisible, who are vulnerable, who don't have the power to call 911 or have a lawyer sue on their behalf. This is an incredibly unique opportunity, but it is also an important opportunity because Americans across the country, and certainly the residents of Dane County, are concerned about the way our institutions are being used and abused by politicians. And I don't understand why Mr. Ozon has not responded to our entreaties over the last 7 years. What I do understand is that animals are experiencing suffering, profound suffering that has haunted me from the day I walked into Ridglan Farms in April 2017. And so respectfully, Your Honor, I move this court to appoint a special prosecutor, permit the filing of a criminal complaint, and ensure the rule of law protects all of us, not just the powerful, not just the wealthy, not just corporations, but all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hsiung. All right, what I'd like to do now is give you a little instruction on the post-trial briefing that I would like you to do for me. And then I'd like you to tell me how long you would like to take to provide that information. So your presentation, your final arguments were obviously a summation of what we heard today and what I heard today. But the post-trial briefing I'd like from you is along the lines of laying out the crimes and the elements that you discussed, but also under each crime listed, the specific evidence you brought to me today that supports that charge versus just, I know I heard a lot of different things from different witnesses, and I listened very carefully to it all, but I would like your summation of what those witnesses told me that supports each of those charges. And also, with respect to the DA's refusal, I understand the definition of refusal is set forth in the KLL case. I certainly do, but I would also like specific instances laid out as to what was done to bring this to the attention of law enforcement and the DA's office. I understand I heard that testimony today. I'm looking for a summation from you, like a detailed closing argument of that evidence. And I think that I will give you what time you think you need to do that. So I guess at this point, if you want to talk to each other for a moment, you can do that. We can briefly go off the record and then you can give me a date, and that's when I will receive the information. I promise you I will make a prompt decision. I just want to inform you, my court reporter just indicated that she has an 800-page trial transcript in front of you. So if you want a transcript of this hearing to prepare your remarks, it would take her at least 45 days to get it to you.
I don't think we need a transcript. I think we have sufficient notes,
And we can go back on the record. Go ahead.
I think we have sufficient notes. I don't think we need a trial transcript.
Okay. So when would you like to provide your submission to me?
Would Friday, November 8th work for the court?
Yes. All right, I will expect that by Friday, November 8th. And as I indicated, once I have that, I will make a decision promptly. Okay, anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We're adjourned.
Thank you, Bill. You have that link. It should.
Yeah, I will check it out.
Great.
Okay.
Again, sorry for making your job difficult today. I think we're all talking too fast.
No, you did all right.
Okay.
Ellie, do you mind just holding this for a second like that? Thank you.
So I have I did a break before
Oh, let's see. Can you get up there? Okay. Just
At your disposal.
What else do you need? Maybe there's a good reason why. Well, I'm not a judge, so you'd have to ask judges, but it's really that trial. And I think that one of the reasons is that all of this stuff happens verbally. Right? So this judge has listened to all of this verbal evidence. I imagine she's taking some notes. I saw her write some things down, but there's no way that she can get exactly what the she can make a decision. And in that decision, she may very well write out explicitly why she decided what she does, and to the extent that she's going to do that, it would be helpful for her to have our understanding of what the explicit evidence are, so that she can refer to everything directly and all. Wow.
Will you be locking the courtroom soon?
Oh, take your time.
Okay.
We're in no hurry. But we do have to lock it.
Okay. I'll tell whoever, I'll try to find all the media people and tell them.
Okay.
Because this
Yeah, I
is,
mean, if they're talking up there,
thank
I mean,
you.
they've got time. We're staying late
Okay.
on another trial, so.
Gotcha.
Not a big
Yeah, feel free to, if you are like, I gotta go. I don't know.
deal. Yeah, I'll draw people out.
Yeah. Rest of stuff. I don't, unless any of this is yours, I think this is just, no, thank you for holding this for me.
Otherwise, it'll be in the curb. That's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Or eBay? Okay, maybe better than the curb. Okay. All right, have a good one. Thank you. Thanks, Ellie. All over the place.
Talks to somebody, but maybe after he's finished chatting, or if he wants to comment now. But my question is, like, is the special prosecutor obligated to act? No.
Yeah, you can actually use that.
I wish I had a different answer to that question, that the special prosecutor will not be obligated to act. Whoever they are, they will have prosecutorial discretion. And so that's why it was important that we make the great case that we made today with all of these different witnesses establishing abuse for many, many, many years, with very specific instances, various inspection reports over many years. Several experts, lots of testimony about the facts, and putting that all together in a package and tying it in a bow and saying, here, we've done your investigation for you. Obviously, you should look into additional evidence, but here you go. You can prosecute this case as it is today. And that was the goal today. And I think Wayne and Kristen and Stephen all did a fantastic job doing that today.
The organization, the witnesses, the covering of all the different aspects of their allegations, pretty extraordinary. Now, is there an appeals process if, let's say, you get a special prosecutor? That's a big if. We won't know that till in November sometime. She said, make a pretty quick decision after she gets the summary. But let's say this person does nothing, and then is there an appeals process?
There is not. And in fact, there's not an appeals process for the decision that this judge will make. So if this judge says, I'm not appointing a special prosecutor, there's no way for us to appeal that decision. There may be a couple of creative things we could try now that I'm saying it out loud, but more or less that is not appealable. And the same is true if a prosecutor decides not to prosecute. In fact, what we're doing today, asking a judge in a civil proceeding to appoint a special prosecutor, that's kind of what you do if a DA refuses to prosecute. But we've already done that.
Let's see if we can hear, thank you so much, Maureen, but let's see if we can hear from Wayne Hsiung. I don't know if you can hear me, but even though I have Maureen up here, I'm going to move her and see if we can get a statement from Wayne outside court. He's you know, he's with the people who work so very hard on this. I can't even imagine the amount of work. I mean, you know, I got up a little early and he sat here for 7 hours. But can you imagine the amount of work that was involved in assembling all these people, doing the pre-interviews? Obviously, Wayne going into the facility for which he was charged with felonies that were ultimately dropped. I mean, this has been an 8-year, better part of a decade of his life fighting for this. So maybe we could talk to Wayne.
Yeah, he took a lot of risks in doing this, and it's incredibly brave, and just testified so effectively today.
Yeah.
So effectively. So
Very brave.
in many ways, I think this case doesn't happen without Scotty's testimony, because I don't know if you guys caught this on the statute of limitations discussion, but Scotty, we have an argument that all the evidence is very relevant, but the only evidence that 100% is guaranteed relevant is Scotty's evidence. And that's crucial, because it all happens within that 3-year period. And so, yeah, I don't know if we have a case about Scotty. So thank you so much for stepping up, Scotty. It means a lot to all of us, and hopefully it'll mean a lot to the dogs. So thank you.
Wayne, can we ask you, how do you think it went? How do you think it went?
I mean, I'll say what I said at lunch. I think it went well, extremely well. And there were times where many people in the courtroom, I saw, it felt to me like the bailiffs were kind of on our side, the officers in court, the journalists, multiple journalists actually came out to me and said this was extremely effective and compelling evidence. I thought Stefan and Kristen both did just an extraordinary job in closing and setting out the elements, which is what Kristen did, and setting out the statutory framework behind the special prosecutor petition. But, you know, my hope rests ultimately with the compassion of the judge and just the images and video of the dogs, because the dogs tell a story in and of themselves. When you see a dog spinning, you know, for even the 30 or 40 seconds we saw Julie spinning uncontrollably, obviously psychotic, getting faster and faster the more you move away. And then you hear, this is a dog who is actually suffering foot infections and injuries, and yet she's still so frantic. She's spinning like a little tornado. You know, I felt like it was having an impact. Now we just have to wait for the court to decide. So, but the reason I say it's hard to say that it went well is because, you know, as I said in closing, this is an unusual criminal case because there are still victims. And as recently as a month ago, we found out that the state of Wisconsin has inspected Ridglan farms and found animals limping, drainage issues that are causing ammonia to pervade the facility to the point that the animals are probably struggling to breathe properly. And it's hard to fathom this degree of suffering. And I just think if we can get this judge even for a moment to imagine what it's like to be Julie or Anna or Lucy, one of these 3 dogs we saved, or the dog whose image we showed at the end, who's at Ridglan Farms right now. He was documented in September of 2024, just a few weeks ago, limping with an injury on her foot, standing on a wire her entire life. If we can get her to imagine, even for a microsecond, what that animal is feeling, then I think she'll make the right decision.
And what would you say about the place of this hearing in animal rights history? You know, there are moments in a movement where there's a turning point, where there's a breakthrough. How would you characterize this?
One of the fundamental problems in the animal rights movement is that animals are typically invisible to the law, that unless, quote unquote, the owner of an animal brings a case on an animal's behalf. So I own a dog and someone hurts the dog. I own a pig or a cow or chicken, whatever the animal is. And I, as a human being, have an ownership interest in the animal. Other than those cases, the animals are virtually invisible to the law. And this is a case where we made them visible, that there is no injured human being who's claiming we own the animal. These weren't owned by us. These animals are, quote unquote, owned by Ridglan Farms. And nonetheless, we believe, and I think the court will ultimately agree, I hope, that the animal has an interest independent of the owner. And that is a revolutionary concept in law, because if we can convince courts, not just in Dane County, Wisconsin, but around the country and around the world, to start making the animals visible to the law, to see the animals not just as commodities for a corporation or even just an ordinary citizen to mistreat or use as they like, but especially for big corporations who profit off the animals, because they're the ones who have the most power in the system of animal husbandry. if we can convince courts of law to recognize that animals have interests that can actually defeat the interests of the so-called owner of the animal, then that is a pathway to transformative change across the entire system. So I don't want to say this is history yet. If we win, however, while it's long overdue, and the evidence and the law are very clear on this, and this should have happened years ago, I think that will be a historic moment for the animal rights movement, because this is a case where not the state, not the industry, not an owner of the animal, but a third party acting on behalf of the animal for the animal's own intrinsic interest is arguing this animal has rights.
I just have to ask a personal question. Most people would be thrilled if felony charges were dropped against them. You went into that facility way back in 2017. You were charged with felonies that could have landed you in prison for 16 years. And then earlier this year, they dropped those charges. And instead of celebrating, you expressed disappointment and you redoubled your efforts to get these dogs to have their day in court. Where do you get that kind of determination? Determination would be the word I would use.
I think the word I used in court wasn't just disappointment. I said I was disturbed by what was happening. And for a lot of people, that might have made them think, is this guy going insane? He's disturbed. The charges against him are being dropped. But the reason, well, twofold. One is, from a legal perspective, we had been trying so hard to get any of this evidence into a court of law, to get a court to make visible the beings who had been invisible. And that criminal case, even though the charges were brought against us, because the defenses we had to offer depended crucially on whether the dogs were considered legal persons, it was a way to kind of leverage my rights to make the court address the question of whether animals have rights as well. So that was the legal reason I was feeling disturbed by the dismissal of the charges. But on a personal level, the reason I was disturbed is because I knew the animals are still suffering. And, you know, like a lot of people standing around me right now in Dane County, or a lot of people listening to this live stream, and like you, I know, Jane, dogs are members of my family. This is not some ideological or political fight for me. This is a fight for my family members. My family members, Lisa, Oliver, Natalie, over the years, they've been rescued from abusive situations. And I owe them everything. I mean, so many of us have had a dog or a cat who's so special in our lives, in our difficult moments, and I've had a lot of them in my life. We always say that if there's one person who will love us no matter what, it's probably our dog, and that's been true in my life. And when so many Americans have had this experience, and increasingly, as Americans become more isolated and detached from the institutions around them, religion is dying, community centers are falling apart, people are increasingly stuck on their phones and not hanging out with other human beings. The one social relationship that is not just strong, but getting stronger is our relationship to animals. That is a sacred bond. And it's a sacred bond that instead of being honored, instead of being grateful to the animals for what they've given to us, so many tens of millions of Americans, I mean, 58% of Americans have a dog or cat in their homes. 90% of those Americans consider that animal a family member. Not a pet, not a toy, not a commodity, but a family member. The fact that instead of honoring these animals, large corporations are brutalizing them, traumatizing to them to the point that people like Mark Bekoff are saying this is beyond anything I've ever seen. Dr. Wickman, who's standing right next to me, says words like disturbing. That is not okay in a decent society. In a decent society, when someone gives you so much and you return their incredible gift to you with violence and brutality and torture, that is sadistic. And it is a systemic problem that can and must and is being addressed. So to get to the point, it is powerful and obviously important for us to fight, but it is also, in my darker moments, sort of debilitating to imagine what's happening just a few miles from where I'm standing here today. And I think the thing that keeps me fighting, you ask, how do I risk so much? The thing that keeps me fighting is knowing, and not just hoping, but having utmost confidence that we will win. That it's just a matter of time and pressure. When people see what happens to these dogs, they will support us in getting them out. And I hope what happened in this court is one important step in that process.
super inspiring. Wayne, you've been through so much. I don't even know how much you've slept in the past couple of days. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and the hundreds of people who are watching today. It's been fascinating. I do believe it's a moment in history already, and we'll be live again the next time something exciting happens. So thank you so much, and thanks to Joe and all the others there at court who were so really talented at bringing us. You know, this is amazing. We're like Court TV or like CNN. Thanks to them, we get right inside the court. So thank you so much. Can't wait to it's nerve-wracking. November 8th is the judge's ruling. So, wow, it's so exciting. We're going to just go to our panel for final thoughts as we wrap up. They've waited for hours. Tiffany, Brunelli, what are your final thoughts?
I want to think positive for these dogs, and I
Any
think
questions for
that they're going
anybody
to be
who's
released
watching today?
eventually. I think that I'm hoping that the judge would not ask them to spend all this time summarizing 7 hours of testimony
Yeah, shout out to
unless she
Stephanie.
was going to.
I think, yeah, attorneys, I think we probably all agree.
So I
Kristen did a
feel
lot
very
of work on
positive.
this case too.
And
Certainly with witnesses
no
today.
one says it like Wayne, and
But I
thank
will
you,
say, Stephanie
Jane,
was the
for
one who drafted
covering
the petition.
and just
I
tell
had this
people
crazy idea, and I
to
didn't have time to work. I was like, hey, stop
upload or
posting
download
these. And then Stephanie stepped up and did it.
Here's
you know?
my
So,
animal rescue, right
yeah,
to
pretty
rescue
extraordinary. And
for my support.
Thank you. We want to go to Diana, who is the mother of, and if you could unmute, just your final thoughts. You're the mother of Julie, one of the 3 dogs rescued.
I mean, this is extremely compelling.
Well, my final thoughts are that I do think we're making history, even if the judge rules against
the witnesses.
us.
This has just been so.
Instead of using animals, and I think that we've won either way. And I think that Wayne is so articulate and does such a great job. And everybody who worked on this case
Not just
did
for
a
this case,
fantastic job.
but for
And I want
years.
to thank you, Jane,
For requests,
for bringing this all to
conversations
light
with state
and
legislators, with campaigning,
allowing people to know what's going
all
on.
this stuff is happening through Dane for
Well,
Dogs.
thank you
Back in our
so
team.
much, and
So,
it
just
is
really,
a
really so
team
much gratitude to
effort.
you and everybody at Dane for Dogs. 'Cause
I want
this
to
campaign
give
without
Ray a chance
if
to
not
have
for
her
the
final
presence
thought.
locally, pushing hard. 'Cause
I'm
we did our
really
investigation in
excited
2017, got charged in 2021. Honestly, we would have just been happy with the dismissal moved on, if not for the fact that we needed our local partners and we fight apart.
It has been a lot of people though. It has been Lawrence and Amy and Jamie and Meg and Mary and folks from
JT.
Aiden. We've got a lot of folks too.
Don't all get it.
Save the job.
Because it does make a difference just even psychologically when there's a lot of support. It just changes the vibe.
Now suddenly it's legal.
I heard people crying.
And so we're going to find out whether the
Obviously,
government
judges
is going to
like
keep
us
protecting big
to
business.
not have money from offers.
Protect
And
these
people
dogs.
try to comply with that. Yeah, I tried, but I know it's very difficult.
But no matter what happens here, even if we don't get justice,
You know, human beings are social animals. You're inevitably going to be affected by that. And I was affected by it. The witnesses were affected by it. Everybody.
I'm so proud of this team.
In some ways,
Grateful for
the fact that
all
you're
the
trying, you're
supporters,
still
and I encourage everybody to go to simpleheart.com/Ridglan
So
to
you
find
were
out
part
how
of this
you
today.
can be to help
I'm
and
so
save
grateful to you for being here for the dogs.
Absolutely.
And for the rule of
Thank you
law,
so
what I said at the
much,
end is
Ray,
true.
for your analysis.
I don't think we have a
And I
well-functioning
just want
democracy if
to
corporations can get away with breaking laws. It's
I
not
was
a
reminded of
democracy.
how important that this story, this
That's a
struggle is
bigger point.
by
We'll talk
my
about
own
that.
little Wednesday, who's a
Yeah, does
Debate
everybody
with
have
me about
information about the
she and
social
her sister
tonight?
Sunday were scratching
Yeah,
the entire
everybody needs to know
time.
where it
Hey,
is.
why aren't we getting a walk? Why aren't we out there? And I thought, my gosh, just a few hours of not being
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
There's organization in action.
a little
Yeah, I'll be coming.
I'm gonna walk right now as soon as we end this broadcast, but imagine.
But I think Steph is coming. Are you coming or are you coming? Okay, so Steph will be here, I'll be there. So if you have any other questions, please come at 7, we'll hang out and we'll try and answer those questions. And thank the court staff obviously as well, because they're extremely professional, respectful throughout. Just appreciate you all being here today, helping us.
That's probably a good segue. We do need to start closing the building down, so if you start moving toward the exit, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah.
Probably a good thing, we just keep lingering.
Sorry about that. Oh, no problem. Take care now. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Of business hours.
All right.
To a large degree, yes, there's universities, all sorts of other
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, it's also a lot of consumer choices. If it doesn't have the leaping bunny, don't buy it. Okay, when you're going for hairspray or makeup or detergent or any product, they are
And then, did they buy SD cards for you, or do you?
I have to send them a drive.
Okay, you're gonna send them a drive. Yeah, I think this is. I should probably just sign out from Jane since this is not the best sample. Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. Here, you got the other.
Honestly, just sling it over my.
Never mind this.
Is that okay?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, are you coming back?
But the fact that you're getting a study shot with us.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know in crazy condition.
Yeah.
I'm just picking up all the B-roll they wanted.
Yeah.
They stressed they really wanted a lot of B-roll of Wayne. There's not much B-roll I can get.
Yeah, like different angles. You're just kind of there. Yeah.
I think that the judge probably is going to respond better.
Yes.
To Stefan's argument
Yes.
than mine.
Yes.
And I was doing it for us.
Yes. I know.